station of Fox Sports.
We are Sports. We are Sports Zone.
The past week for the Braves has been a roller coaster of emotions. The offense came alive against the Angels, scoring 17 runs in a series win over Los Angeles. Then, last place Philly came to town, and they've held Atlanta to 3 runs in the first 2 games of this series. Today, the Braves look to avoid a sweep as they face the Phillies at high noon in Hotlanta. It's time for Braves baseball from beautiful Turner Field in downtown Atlanta. The Braves wrap up their 6-game homestand with a date with the Philadelphia Phillies. All year long, Braves baseball is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price, every day. Atlanta tries to get out of town with a 3-3 homestand. They try to avoid a series sweep by the Phillies, who suddenly have surged to within 5 games of the Eastern Division lead. And hi again, friends, along with John Smoltz, Chip Carey back with you at the ballpark. Quick turnaround for the Braves, who were beaten 5-2 last night. John, some good news, though, on what's been a disappointing series against the Phillies. Freddie Freeman's bat starting to heat up, and just in the nick of time.
Yeah, this is unfair to say, but I consider Freddie Freeman obviously the most important to any team's lineup. He is more like a left-handed Miguel Cabrera for me, and for Freddie Freeman and the Braves, they need him to be that kind of guy because they have not had a lot of help along the way. So Freddie heating up is good signs for their offense. You see the numbers in the last 4 games, and this guy, of course, he's going to win a batting crown or 2, and for that to happen, the Braves are going to be excited to see these kind of numbers.
Those are our Home Depot tools from the dugout. The Braves will have a very different looking starting lineup today with Tommy La Stella leading off, and we'll talk more about the lineup in just a few moments. Obviously, John, you never want to get swept, so for the Braves, this is a very big game knowing what's ahead for Atlanta over the next week and a half.
It really is. It's more of a psychological game than it is actual standings, because this is the type of game that the Phillies feel like they're back in it, and the Braves have felt that they've stumbled and lost a homestand. So it is important. And you think of the road trip, and you can't think too far ahead, but 4 games against Washington certainly sets the tone for that road trip. And I think for the Braves to get on that plane, to have a good feeling, winning today's game will go a long way.
Aaron Harang gets the ball in the starting assignment for Atlanta as he hopes for some offensive help from Freddie Freeman and, of course, a streaking Evan Gattis. He has set a Braves franchise record, and Tom Hart will tell you about that when we return to Turner Field right after this.
Braves baseball is presented by AT&T Uverse, Delta Airlines, and Ford.
Welcome back to Turner Field as we get set for the series finale between the Braves and the Phillies in a divisional matchup. As the Braves have 15 wins against the East, they look to stay in the thick of things in one of the tightest races in all divisions. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Tom Hart. Braves get a boost to their lineup today. They talked about it moments ago. Tommy La Stella in the leadoff spot for the first time in his professional career. But even more importantly, the Braves get the best hitting catcher in baseball back in the lineup today. Evan Gattis returns to action after receiving last night off. His power numbers have been spectacular all season. He leads all major league catchers with 14 home runs. He's tied for the National League lead with 9 game-winning RBI. And during this homestand alone, he's hitting .471 with 2 home runs. Never before has the Braves catcher had a hit streak of this length. And during it, he's hitting .406 with 7 home runs. And he's driven in 18 with 7 multi-hit games. Yeah, the names like Joe Torre, Brian McCann, Javi Lopez, even Dale Murphy weren't able to put together hitting streaks like this. Freddie Gonzalez says he needs to be careful, give Gattis days off, especially so he can be well rested. You never know when a sunflower shower may pop in and put your catcher down. So Gattis returns to action today after a day off yesterday, and it is a hot one. He'll try to stay cool as he sees action against the Phillies in the series finale. Braves trying to get a win to avoid the sweep. It'll be Carey and Smoltz with the play-by-play action and checking the lineups and first pitch coming up next.
Sunny day in Atlanta. The Phillies and Braves wrap up our series today here at Turner Field. The Phillies are 5 games out of first place, and they're going for a 3-game series sweep. Ryan Sandberg's their skipper, and he too has shuffled his starting lineup as presented by Toyota. Jimmy Rollins gets the night off, but Chase Utley is back and hitting third. He has walloped Aaron Harang in his head-to-head matchups, and somehow, someway, Aaron's got to find a way to keep Ryan Howard in the ballpark. Johnny's hit 2 homers in the first 2 games of this series. He loves hitting against the Braves, and especially so in this ballpark. And on a hot, windy day, you figure the ball's going to travel.
Yeah, definitely. And for Aaron Harang, you know, again, good numbers. You look at the day game numbers there. 7 starts already. So he loves pitching during the day, and he's going to have to do what you said and keep the ball in the ballpark. The 4 keys for Aaron Harang are going to be as follows. Look,
we've got to see some runs, please. You don't hear a pitcher ever beg for some runs, but man, they have not given him the runs. And enjoy the sunshine as you see in the day games. He loves pitching in the day with that 2.28 ERA, but run supports over the last 7 starts, only 16 runs, and that is not going to get it done.
Not to bring up a sore subject, but your old pitching nemesis Jack Morris used to say, never lost with 10, boys.
That's right.
Let's see if Harang can have a good outing today with Cesar Hernandez going to work for the Phillies, and he drops a bunt. It's a beauty. Chris Johnson will field late, and Cesar Hernandez bunts to start the ball game.
Well, this is just perfectly executed. Chris Johnson's in, but on a perfect bunt and good speed, there's not much you can do. And the one thing to look at in both pitchers today, Aaron Harang, first pitch, I know this is not a line drive, but it's a base hit in the book. They're hitting 417 off of him when they hit the first pitch that is thrown to him. He pitches actually better behind in the count, which is rare for a pitcher. His average is better behind than he is ahead.
He's got Will Nieves in the box. Carlos Ruiz gets the day off after the night game last night, so Nieves at 229 is hitting second. Ryan Sandberg's had his catcher bat behind the leadoff man in the last 2 ball games now. Hernandez was leaning, and Harang nearly picked him off.
Timing as a pitcher is very important. Of course, quick feet are more important, but it sure looked like Hernandez was leaning towards going to second base and a possible steal, so you just got to vary your times as a starting pitcher, a right-hander for sure.
And there's a strike. Brian Knight has the plate today, and the count to Nieves is now a ball and a strike. Seth Buckminster, Fielding Culbreth, and Manny Gonzalez are on the bases. 1-1 for Nieves, and a pitch out, nothing happening.
It's amazing how many times we practice the pitch outs and how many times a pitcher gets prepared to do what is really unnatural. I mean, you have the catcher stand up, and it's also ironic how that'll be one of the faster moves, and you don't want that to be the fast move. You want to entice the runner to go and actually get a little slower.
Now the runner goes, and Gaddis's throw is short hopped, and La Stella can't hang on. Evan has a strong arm. Of late, he's been missing high and away from the second base bag. This time he short hopped it, and Hernandez in with his first stolen base.
Well, Harang gave him plenty of opportunity. It might have even been a hit and run, but nonetheless, the ball gets there. If it doesn't short hop, he's out at second. And it's always a tough play for either the shortstop or second base to be coming over as the throw is being made and scoop it, put the tag down. Some guys are really good at it. That one just was a in-between hop that did not result in the tag.
So the Phillies, another opportunity to score first in this series. They scored in the second inning in game 1 on a Howard homer. They got 2 in the first on another Ryan Howard blast. The 2-2. Rifled into right field. That's a base hit. Hayward will charge. He'll field cleanly, and the Phillies have runners at the corners with nobody out. So this one not going according to design for the Braves. A bunt single, a stolen base, and now an opposite field hit by Nieves.
Yeah, and a guy who's had good numbers off of Aaron Harang, although he has been struggling his last 10. Chase Utley coming in at 176 his last 10, but on the year, of course, hitting .301.
Utley had a hit and scored a run in the 13th inning game here on Monday. And as John mentioned, his average, as you'd expect, over 300 for the Phillies. He's hunting down his 33rd run batted in. Braves were obviously hoping to bury the Phillies a little further in the standings in the East at the start of this series. The exact opposite has happened. The Phillies now find themselves out of the basement. They're only 5 games back, but still 7 under 500. And Utley pops one up. Ramiro Pena drifts back. 360 spin back to the infield now. Makes the grab and no advance. Big out for Harang. Utley pops out. And the runners hold at the corners.
Now this is where you feel like you got a lottery ticket right here and you're a winner, because Utley does not do this too many times where A, he doesn't drive in the run, B, he may not get a hit. So the best case scenario has happened, and now you've got a guy who, if you can hit the ball on the ground, you pretty much got a double play and you can get out of this.
That though has been the problem. I mean, Ryan Howard is only hitting 3 double plays in 255 at bats.
Well, Ryan Howard is an interesting case where you've got to be able to get the ball down, and this pitch right here, up, home run. The next time he gets a chance to hit a home run, it was up. You've got to pitch down. You've got to have pitches going down at the breaking ball at his back foot or change-ups away. So anything up, he's been able to handle and strong enough.
Great opposite field power.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what has made him and what the Phillies thought were going to be a super productive first baseman for a long time in the contract they signed him to. Of course, the park he plays in, his ability to just wait and hit the ball and not overswing made it at the time something special.
That one gets away from Gaddis, and moving up is Nieves on a ball in the dirt. That's something else that has been problematic for the Braves on this homestand. A lot of wild pitches, a couple of pass balls too, and that takes away a chance for a double play ground ball.
Well, you got to think down, and sometimes you try to make that pitch and execute it so well that time Gaddis went after that pitch the wrong way with his glove. You've got to be able to, and they're going to walk him now, 2-0 count. You've got to be able to get the glove the other way and use your body, and it just kind of crossed him up, and you can't snag that ball with the hand in that position with the glove.
7th time Howard has been issued an intentional walk. And now Harang in a big mess. Bases loaded, 1 out, and Marlon Byrd is the batter. And Ryan Howard, as he trots to first, he's our cold hard facts brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. As well as he's hit the ball out of the park against Atlanta, you don't mind walking him. Incredible numbers for Ryan Howard at Turner Field. And he'll stand at first base for Byrd. Phillies right fielder with 39 runs batted in and a .261 average. Looper over second. That's going to drop. A broken bat hit's going to score the game's first run. So Marlon Byrd comes through. He chases home Hernandez, and the Phillies have scored first in all 3 games of the series. So Ryan Sandberg's club leads 1-0, and Dominic Brown's the batter. For all the talk about how the Phillies aren't scoring runs, well, you look at Utley, you look at Howard, Byrd, and Brown. All 4 of those men are over 32 RBIs. Brown has 36 of them despite a .215 average.
Interesting to see his splits versus right-handers. Not as good an average as he does against left-handers. Much better on the road than he is home. That seems to be more of a common theme with these Phillies that I just can't get my head around. I just cannot fathom that the road would be more comfortable and more productive for this team than their home field, which is well documented, a great hitter's park. Weather could have something to do with it early on, I'm sure.
Cold,
yeah,
windy at the vault. Downstairs in the zone for Brown. 1 ball, 1 strike. And he certainly follows the pattern for the Phillies as far as the batting average is concerned. And that's off the plate, ball 2. Pitch count piling up for Harang here. Braves need him to take it deep again. As we mentioned earlier, the bullpen's been in play a lot. It's the Angels, the Phillies, and of course the 4-game series on the road in Colorado.
One thing Harang has done well all year has been the first inning. He has not had much trouble. His batting average against is really low, 128. So this is maybe more like a blip than it is a pattern of, we spoke yesterday, what first inning runs, 15 of them for Kendrick. But where he's gotten in a little trouble is when he's had a few opportunities to go in the 7th inning and beyond. That's where he's given up, not a huge example, but 1 through 6, he's been solid. I mean, he has had a below 3 ERA for the first 6 innings that he has pitched this year.
That swing and miss by Brown is a big out. That's the second. First strikeout for Aaron on today's game.
Aaron has got to lull you to sleep a little bit as a hitter. He's got to throw that fastball just a little bit out of the zone. Then he's got to sneak a little curveball right here and drop it below the barrel of the bat. Nice job of changing speeds. And the key, as we mentioned or as talked about, is in that first pitch. Once he gets past the first pitch, things look pretty good in his favor, being able to keep the ball off the barrel of the bat.
John Mayberry starts again. He had a couple of walks last night. And a good stop by Gaddis that time. Where Mayberry has really shined for the Phillies has been off the bench. In 17 pinch hit appearances, he has 8 hits, 3 homers, and 11 RBIs.
That's pretty impressive because pinch hitting is one of the hardest things there is to do. You see a lot of veteran guys stay in that role and be successful. Young guys, it's a little bit more difficult.
1 ball, no strikes. Mayberry in center today for the Phils, and he's a little late.
It's a lot like starting pitching. You know, you hit once every 5 days. So, you know, I came up with my own theory that the average is not exactly what it is. Times that by 3, and that's usually true average what you would get if you played every day. So my 176 was closer to 400.
My dad said you used to hit once every 180 days.
But when I did, I sure let him know about it.
Oh, there's no doubt. 1 ball, 1 strike for Mayberry. And that ball darted down and away. Harang's all of a sudden found the range. And he's a strike away from limiting the Phillies to a skinny first inning run.
Yeah, this would be a huge pick-me-up. I mean, the game's not played on too much of emotion like football is, but if you know you get out of a jam, your team's ready to hit and could potentially get you right back in the game or take the lead. So this would be a big out if he can get it.
Nieves, Howard, and Bird, the runners from 3rd to 1st for the Phillies. The 1-2 is in the dirt.
It's been it's been a weird year in general, but timing is everything for Aaron. He has not pitched behind that often. Only 15 innings he's been behind, but the timing of it has resulted in some losses, of course, with the lack of runs. So when he's got the lead, he's been pretty tough.
He'd like action on this 2-2 pitch. And he's run it full. Now the disadvantage for Harang. The slow-footed Ryan Howard's going to get a chance to get a big lead at second base, and he'll be off and running with the count full.
Now here, if you're a pitcher and you can control your secondary stuff and you think the hitter's going to be more aggressive on a neutral count, meaning 3-2, you can take your chances with a breaking ball and get him to swing outside the zone if you can locate it relatively close. If not, you're more relegated to live in the zone with your fastball and run the risk of a bigger inning. So let's see what they go with. 3-2. Tom Glavine was the best at this, realizing that even if he did walk the guy with the bases loaded, it was only 1 run and it limited the damage.
The runners lead and go with a 3-2 count. He missed outside. So Mayberry draws a bases loaded walk. That scores Nieves. And the Phillies now lead 2-0. And Roger McDowell out. 2nd game in a row, John, where the Braves have needed their starter to go deep in the game. Lots of first inning pitches. 25 now for Aaron Harang, although one of them was an some of those pitches added up in an intentional walk.
Well, it's just he's pulling a couple pitches. You can see right there that he pulled that pitch to try and make it a better pitch than right down the middle, and of course that resulted in a walk. And I think Rogers just going to try to remind him to stay smooth with your mechanics and don't try to rush. He just pulls this pitch away, and that's never gave it a chance to look at all like a strike. And so here with arguably their hottest hitter the last 10 games, hitting a 324 clip. Again, the 8th hitter in the first inning is always a good sign for one team and not so good for another.
Brignac's had a big series. He has 5 hits. 3 singles, a double, and a triple. And now he's ahead in the count. 1 ball, no strikes.
Only 2 of the first 8 pitches have been strikes, and the first one was bunted for a hit, and the other one was a hit. So it goes back to the number of the average off of the first pitch, and maybe he's been a little more careful on trying to make better first pitches, and results has been some balls.
Dangerous pitch. 2 balls, no strikes. And Brignac pops one up behind third. Long run for Pena. Charging is Domet, and that ball barely foul. I mean barely foul.
Wow, positioning there. Both guys had to go a long way to try and get this, and of course Domet is filling in left field, and not blessed with a ton of speed, but nonetheless it was almost a deadly inch or 2 away from being one of those hits that you can't explain.
A harmless strike. It's now 2-1. Hernandez and Nieves have already scored. Howard's at third, Bird at second, Mayberry at first. And now Harang's battle back to an even count. He knows he hasn't gotten a lot of runs to play with, I'm sure.
Yeah, you recognize those things more than you want to, unfortunately, because your record is not indicative of how you feel like you've been pitching. And so you go through stretches like this where you have to block it out, and you have to make sure that you keep that team to 3 runs or less every time you step on the mound.
30th pitch of the inning, strikes out Brignac with the bases loaded. Second strikeout for Harang, but the Phillies have jumped in front. They lead 2-0 in the first. Worst could have been better too. A missed opportunity to throw out a base stealer didn't help Aaron Harang's cause. Still 30 pitches, only 2 runs for the Phillies, who jump in front for Roberto Hernandez, their Game 3 starter. Here's the big story of the day for the Braves. The dramatic difference in the lineup for Freddie Gonzalez. It's presented by Toyota. Tommy La Stella leads off. Ramiro Pena gives Simmons a day off at short. Freeman, Gaddis, and Jason Hayward hitting fifth for this Atlanta ball club. La Stella's never let off before, but he's been the best on-base guy for the Braves lately.
Yeah, manager doesn't want to always go to these kind of formulas where it might show a little sign of desperation when your team's not scoring runs, but Freddie has shifted the lineup to try and find a way to score some runs and see if it works today for this ball game. Who really, it's a big game for the Braves. You look at the numbers for Roberto Hernandez, and of course hasn't fared as well on the road as he has his home, and you would think that'd be flip-flop, but he's done a nice job in a smaller ballpark at home and looking for better success here on the road.
Pitched well last time out, but lost against the Cubs. That was a 2-1 final for Chicago. He gave up 2 runs in 5 2/3 innings of work. Now a 1-1 count for Tommy La Stella.
Well, the Works scouting report, we talked about the road woes, road weary, and be careful in the first pitch for him. That's an alarming number at 481 when the batter has put the first pitch in play. So both guys dealing with a high number on first pitches.
I thought you were going to break out a Lily von Stupp there and go woed woes.
I got to be careful with a lot of words I use, especially if they start with the same letter in a concession. I brutalize the English language.
Hey, we speak sports here, no problem. Ground ball second, takes care of La Stella. And there's out number 1. What concession? What are you talking about?
See, I don't even know. I just threw something in there.
Just to make sure we're paying attention.
Yeah.
Right? So Hernandez gets La Stella. There's the first out. The Braves saw him on April 14th up in Philly. Hernandez took a no decision in that game. 2 runs, 4 hits, 6 innings, but 6 walks. The Braves eventually won the game by a final of 9-6. That was the big comeback game. Saw Oakland hit 2 late home runs for the Braves.
Well, when Roberto Hernandez can get his fastball down in the zone and doesn't have lateral movement, he's going to be successful with a fastball, changeup, occasional sliders. But when it gets lateral and the fastball gets up, that's when he gets hit. But he loves his changeup. He's got good depth to it and good arm action. The key is going to be fastballs down.
Phillies taking a flyer on this man. Why not? With Roy Halladay retiring because of injury, they needed somebody to fill a spot in the rotation, and Hernandez, former All-Star in the American League. That was back in 2010. Veteran guy who knows how to pitch. And Pena pops one out to short. That's an easy play. Hernandez puts the squeeze on that. 2 up, 2 down for Freddie Freeman. Offensively, looks like Freddie Freeman starting to resemble Freddie Freeman again. A 3-hit game here Monday, the 7th 3-hit game he's turned in. And Freddie riding a 4-game hitting streak with 7 hits and 21 tries.
It's amazing how this game works sometimes. You know, you find yourself getting hot, and then the first and second hitters don't get on. Then when they get on, you go through a little lull and stretch, not driving them in. And Freddie is such an important part to this lineup. And I said in the open, I think he's probably the most important hitter to any lineup in baseball based on the way the Braves have gone about their offense this year. You really need Freddie to not slump at all.
Well, you remember when the Braves jumped out to their 17-9 start. Freeman was not at all cocky about it, but was very honest. He said at the time there was really nothing anybody could pitch to him that would get him out. He was hitting everything. 6 homers, 17 RBIs for Freeman in the first month of the season. But times have been tougher since. And they misfire to Freddie, and now they go after Evan Gaddis, who, as Tom Hart reported, is the hottest catcher in Major League Baseball right now. He set a franchise record the other day with a hit in his 16th consecutive game. Something that's never been done before by any Braves catcher anywhere. And That is our Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard. The longest active hitting streak in the game by any position player. And Gaddis buzzed inside, and Nieves spotted something. And he's out for a quick chat.
Well, both are unique and have different styles of hitting, but they have one thing in common. They got short strokes to the ball, and that's why both have been able to be successful. Especially Gaddis has been the power, and now with some average, this guy has been locked in, and he can change a baseball game, which we've seen for this organization since he's replaced McCann.
High fly ball, rifle deep left center field. That baby's way out of here.
Two-out walk. They're not so innocent when a guy behind him does this. The slider that doesn't move, at least it looked like a slider. It could have been a flat sinker, but nonetheless that short stroke, and you see he knows he's strong enough that he doesn't have to overswing. And right on cue was able to extend the hitting streak and tie the game.
A two-out walk and a two-run homer for Gaddis extends his hitting streak to 17 games. He's now hit 16 home runs. And we are tied 2 apiece in the opening inning. I don't know if Gaddis will make the All-Star team as a National League reserve. I think he's got to get strong consideration. And if he's not invited to participate in the home run derby, no reason to watch for me.
Yeah, no, I think he's going to get there. I know the position is crowded right now. Some catchers having some really good years, and Montero with Arizona, and of course Lucroy is just having a great offensive year, and then you've got Posey and Molina, so it's crowded, no doubt, but I think they're going to find a way to get him there. He'll find himself a way to get there. Keeps going like this.
Gaddis now with 16 home runs in 55 games. What a remarkable year. The 2-2 pitch to Hayward is bounced foul and out of play.
Well, he's caused certain debates on whether or not, to keep himself in the lineup for 7 days, you can't do it catching. There's just no way you wear him out, especially with this heat. So will he spell time from time, play a little left field, and could that help his legs, because the catching position can be pretty gruesome. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, because he's been so hot, and every manager knows who's certainly been a catcher before and how much toll it takes to play consecutive games like he has.
Well, that was the luxury the Braves had last year. They had the ability to have McCann and Gaddis in the lineup together. You could have Justin Upton in right. Jason Hayward roamed center field and did so very well. And we all know how the Braves are struggling to score runs. I don't think that's Freddie Gonzalez's favorite option to contemplate. I got to tell you, he's a work in progress in left field, but he's also a work in progress behind the plate. He doesn't have much catching experience as a professional player either. Just missed inside. Nieves thought it was good enough. Full count.
And look at the Fox tracks, and this ball tried to come back over the middle of the plate or the corner and did not catch it based on the box you saw there.
And Hayward walks with 2 out. So Hernandez up to his old tricks. He's walked a lot of Braves hitters, as we told you, 6 of them in his start on April the 14th. And that's been the problem for him in June. He's winless this month. He's pitched just 15 innings in 3 starts, 10 earned runs, 7 walks.
Yeah, he started out of the gate in April a little rough, 5.74 ERA. May really good month, 1-1 with a 1.73 in June has been, to your point, back the other way and at a 6 ERA.
So Chris Johnson with 2 outs and Hayward at first. And he has missed everywhere. In, out, up, down.
Well, it's interesting. He got thrown out of his last game. I guess guilty by association. Didn't think he was trying to hit the hitter, but that pitch you see right there got away and hit Castro after a home run, and the umpire threw him out of the game. But a guy who's trying to get sink and it's not sinking, the front side, I just keep harping, the front side becomes that issue you deal with where you open up a little bit and then your hand gets on the side of the ball and it gets lateral and the ball runs in and chases the right-handers, and that's going to affect your location. That's why when you can stay on top and get it down, this change-ups that he throws.
Johnson lines one toward left center field. Brown took a odd angle to that baseball. He fields cleanly, and Hayward's going to be stopped at third. Chris Johnson all the way around to second base, and he stands there with 2 outs. That'll be ruled a double. Chris has a 4-game hitting streak and his 13th 2-base hit.
Seen the last 2 opportunities to get hits. The ball has been up. See that ball just hang right there, almost on a tee for Chris Johnson. And because of good closing speed right here, and the ball bounced straight up, that allowed the Phillies to hold Hayward at third.
What a funny game. He got the first 2 outs rather easily. Then the walk to Freeman, the Gaddis homer, and all of a sudden Hernandez can't find the strike zone. And when he does, it's getting hit.
Yeah, and the pitching coach going out there just trying to remind him of some whatever his checkpoints are to get him back on cue.
Rang through 30 pitches in the first. Hernandez ready for his 26th pitch. And he's got Ryan Domit in the batter's box. Domit at 197, a homer, and 8 driven in. Day off for Justin Upton. Not only is he slumping at the plate, he left the game because of dizziness last night. Hot, muggy day. A chance for him to recharge before the Braves head up to Washington for our series opener tomorrow night. That means Domit's in left. In the air to center. Mayberry's not going to get there. Johnson's going to come around and score along with Hayward, and the Braves have scored 4 in the first.
This ball's hit off the end of the bat, I believe. You see the pitch going away. Good movement, but off the end of the bat. No way for the center fielder to go in and get this one. And of course, with 2 outs, you can just take off in the front of the bat, and Chris Johnson scores easily.
So a nice response for the Braves. They too will send 8 to the plate. Ryan Domit a 2-run scoring hit. Gaddis a 2-run homer, and the Braves lead 4-2 for Schaefer. And he takes outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Good to see the Braves bats doing something to the Phillies. They'd scored 3 runs in the first 22 innings of this series against this Phillies staff.
Well, and give them credit, because Cole Hamels was outstanding, as was Kendrick. I mean, they both pitched exactly the way you want a game plan to go, and Kyle was flirting with not giving up many runs till the Braves got him for 2, and he just was on his game, and of course the success rate's pretty good.
They had Domit picked off, but Ryan Howard couldn't handle the throw cleanly. There's a break. It's a stolen base for Doman. So now will the Phillies take the bat out of Schaefer's hands and pitch to Harang? It appears they will. A third walk in the first inning for Hernandez.
People used to ask me all the time, you know, what would you take? What are you looking for when you're starting a game, and you know the obvious of what you're trying to do to a lineup? But I would always say, just let me bat in the first inning. Nothing bad can happen if you're batting in the first inning, right? And I don't think that ever happened. No? I don't think it ever happened in my career, which is pretty crazy to think. Because I always would look for that moment. Like, man, I'd feel a little jealous of other guys batting in the first inning. It's like, you're going to get at least 3, right? I think you can get at least 3 bases loaded, 2 outs, something like that.
Right, right.
But we had a chance to see that happen to both pitchers in the first inning, which would have been a little crazy to see in a game.
2 outs, 2 on for Harang, who swings and misses. Well, maybe you lulled the offense into a false sense of security. They knew you were only going to give up 2.
I wish.
So.
Still was fun dreaming about it.
Right. No balls and a strike for Harang. And a ground ball to short. And the flip to second will retire the side. The Braves get 3 walks. They get 2 big hits. The first from Evan Gattis, a 2-run homer to extend his hitting streak to 17 games. Ryan Doman also brought home with a 2-run single. The Braves turn the game around and lead the Phillies now after one very long inning. It's 4-2 Atlanta.
Lottery and Toyota.
Well, it's a nice turnaround for the Braves. Evan Gattis leads the charge for Atlanta, which now leads 4-2 as we head to our second inning. The Braves' 3-day annual sale starts today and ends this Friday. Buy tickets for any remaining Braves home games before Friday and save up to 50% off when you buy them at braves.com/steal. We invite you to take advantage of this great deal now. The Braves have one more homestand before the All-Star break, and it's always a popular one. Atlanta will be home over the 4th of July holiday with the Arizona Diamondbacks in town. The Mets will precede Arizona here on June 30th, July 1st, and July 2nd. Then we head to New York and Chicago before the All-Star break, 14th through the 17th. At Target Field in Minneapolis. So make your plans to join us. So what a turnaround for Aaron Harang. As we said, first inning could have been a whole lot worse for Aaron, and now he leads by 2 runs.
Yeah, it's a surprising feeling for a pitcher.
Grounded out to second. La Stella's got it, and Hernandez exhausted after that heavy workload in the first, just now getting to the first base bag. He's out number one.
This could be very well be one of those games that feels like you're pitching a lot longer than you actually are. And been in many of those. You just got to grind each inning out. And now try to keep the lead for your team, because that first inning is, you can consider that a little bonus inning when you give up 2 and your team scores 4.
Rang has to deal with back-to-back Hernandezes in this second inning. Roberto the pitcher, now Cesar the shortstop. He bunted for a single, stole a base, and scored the game's first run. Let's see if Haran can get that strike ratio improved. Back-to-back strikes to the Phillies leadoff man. "19 strikes, 16 balls for Harang in his 35 pitches so far. 30 of those pitches came in the first. And there's a darting pitch that Hernandez missed. Harang has his 3rd strikeout, 2 away.
Put a little on, take a little off, a little break here and there. Aaron Harang, when he's going good, looks like he's just playing catch with the catcher. Doesn't seem, not a violent delivery. It's just kind of nice and easy, and the ball's heavy. And the hitters just usually miss it when the ball's down.
Pop fly foul back. Where's the net? Just out of reach of the Braves radio booth.
We're getting it.
The net?
Net. We need the net. One of us is going to make top plays.
I know it won't be you. The pitch swung on and missed by Nieves. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, that came awfully close to knocking over Don Sutton's cup of coffee. Off to our right. The pitch is downstairs. It's 2-2. Nieves singled, took second on a wild pitch, and scored on Marlon Byrd's hit. Well, he's had him loaded with 1 out, scored just 2. And a liner past first. That's going to dance inside the foul line. And Nieves on his way to second. Hayward's throw is off target. And Nieves in safely with a 2-hit game. He's doubled with 2 outs. His 4th double. Phillies are getting mileage from their catchers, hitting second in this series.
Yeah, not a bad pitch. Down and away off the end of the bat. Tip your hat. The hitter executed better than the results of the pitch.
Now you've got to face Utley with a runner in scoring position. You know he's kicking himself. He popped out with 2 on in the first. A high strike. Nothing in 1 for Utley. Braves head to Washington. As you know, we start a 4-game series at Nationals Park tomorrow night. The Phillies head to St. Louis, where the Cardinals are blistering hot on their homestand. Cardinals have won 5 straight. Their homestand in St. Louis features all Eastern teams. They swept the Marlins. They've taken the first 2 against the Mets. They play them again today. And then the Phillies come to town. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Harang's been really good with 2 outs in runner scoring position all year. Stingy 147 average. Good number to have.
You almost never see Chase Utley take a swing like that. What a pitch.
Yeah. Change speed is on a curveball. Again, you're anticipating something else. Usually Chase keeps his hands back real well, and he had already committed and went through the swing anyways. Be careful of doubling up, though.
2-2 for Utley with 2 outs. And a line drive over second, in for a hit. Here comes Nieves around third. There'll be no play at the plate. Good call, John. Utley, a smart hitter, rips a single to pull the Phillies to within a run. It's 4-3 now.
Yeah, I've been involved in too many of these with Chase Utley. Just when you think, oh, I got something on him, you really have to stay away from doubling up. In this pitch, of course, the same pitch that he swung and missed, although maybe a little more down and in, he was able to stay back and trust his hands and deliver a big 2-out hit to score a run.
So the Phillies are down a run with Ryan Howard coming up. The Braves pitched around him. They walked him intentionally, and it led to a 2-run first. Howard's homered in back-to-back games here in Atlanta. It's the fourth time he's done that this season. And he's really a barometer for the Phillies ball club. In his 11-year major league career, the Phillies have won 68% of the games played when he hits one out. And he just bombed this one to deep right center field. Hayward on the run, not going to get there. It's up off the fence. Here comes Utley around third. The relay throw escapes LaStella and Pena. Freeman cuts it off behind the mound. And the Phillies, with back-to-back hits in the second with 2 outs, have tied the game 4 apiece.
Got to be back foot right here. This ball's got to bounce. That's the only chance you have to a left-hander of this guy's potential. He certainly saw it up, and lucky it stayed in the really lucky it stayed in the park. And Harang's thinking, man, it's going to be one of those days. 3 outs in a row are going to be difficult, but somehow got to grind your way through it and put yourself in position to make better pitches when you have the count in your favor.
So new life for the Phillies. 4-4 game. We're in the second. No, we're not playing at Coors Field. 4 runs on 6 hits for the Phillies. 4 runs, 3 hits for the Braves.
I've seen it all too often. This game is so crazy in the streaks in which it goes through. You struggle to get runs as a pitcher. You're pitching pretty good. You're just like silently going, gosh, if I could just get a couple runs, and then they come and you find yourself giving up a few more than you would like. So this game has a way of they say it has a way of evening out, but at the time you're going through it going, golly, catch a break or pitch better.
Orang wants a new baseball and will get one. A ball and 2 strikes for Marlon Byrd. Gaddis has been busy behind the plate in the first 2 innings.
That one he had the pick like a first baseman. Didn't have time to really get over and laterally move his body.
That one bounces away. Howard with that repaired Achilles tendon is going to move up 90 feet. So another wild pitch. That's 2 in the game for Harang. Aaron does not have good command today.
Another one he just couldn't stay back because he's trying to make that a better pitch, and he's left some in some location. Your tendency is to throw it a little harder, spin it and break it and force it over into the outside corner instead of letting it naturally go there. That's easier said than done.
Slow roller. Chris Johnson at third. Bare hand try. Long throw. Not in time. And Howard's going to score the go-ahead run with 2 outs. 4 consecutive Philly hits. And they're back in front 5-4. How big's the wild pitch looking now?
It's amazing. 2-out walk in the first inning for the opposing pitcher. 4 runs later. Little things that go on in a baseball game. You think, okay, no big deal. Wild pitch. I'll just get this guy out. Infield hit. Run scores. Taking the extra 60s or 90s, I should say. Let's just try it again. Taking the extra 90 feet is a bigger thing in baseball, and it's an underappreciated trait. See, when it's given to you, you got to take it. Be prepared. You got to move up those extra bases.
And that was terrific base running and recognition by Howard, was it? I mean, that's a big man who's had all kinds of lower leg problems throughout his career, and he was able to move up relatively easily.
Yeah, never assume. I mean, just never assume that that's not going to be part of what comes up next. An infield hit, a wild pitch again, something to put pressure on the defense.
Ripped down the right field line by Dominic Brown. Bird around second. He's on his way to third. Hayward guns the ball back into La Stella. And the Phillies have him at second and third with 2 outs. That's 5 consecutive hits here in the second inning.
We talked about it yesterday. We talk about it again today. A starting pitcher knows he's going to have to be out there longer, even if things aren't going well. You got to get some innings. We have to. And so he's trying to figure out in-game adjustments and certainly batter adjustments to stop this streak of all these consecutive hits with 2 outs. And
5 runs on 8 hits for the Phillies, and Mayberry's the batter. He walked in the first inning. And a strike.
There goes those averages that we were talking about, how good he was with 2 outs and runners scoring position. That average is going to take a hit. It was 147 coming in.
Line drive left field, base hit. That's going to score a bird. Here comes Brown around third. Mayberry comes through with 2 more RBIs. A 5-run second. And nobody up in the bullpen for the point you just mentioned. Somehow, some way, Harang's got to suck it up, give the Braves some innings today. And he is getting tattooed through 2. A 3 RBI game from Mayberry. And it's 7-4 Philadelphia. Brignac struck out to end the first. They sent 8 to the plate in the opening inning. Brignac, the 9th man to hit here in the second.
For my scorecard purposes, I really kind of need an out here, so I don't have to get confused.
Well hit to right. Hayward on his horse, still going back. Look at that ball carry to the warning track. Wind blowing out. Brignac hit it a ton, and he's retired, and so are the Phillies. But they score 5 times. They cash in 6 straight 2-out hits and take a 7-4 lead. as he now trails 7-4 heading to the bottom of our second inning. Catch every strikeout, every game ender, and every history-making moment on MLB Whip Around. Weeknights at 10 Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. MLB Whip Around is a baseball-specific show airing weeknights on Fox Sports 1 with quick turnaround highlights brought to you by Chris Myers, Frank Thomas, Eric Karros, Gabe Kapler, and C.J. Nitkowski. So in this titanic seesaw battle, Hernandez was awful in the first. Now he's been given a 3-run lead again. La Stella lays down a bunt. It's on the line and foul. And strike 2. We really haven't had a chance to talk about this lineup change for Freddie Gonzalez. I think a lot of people welcome this. Braves searching for runs any way they can get them. La Stella batting first. Day off for Anderson Simmons, who's slumping at the plate. We got the switch hitting Pena second, Freeman third, Gaddis fourth.
Yeah, well, so far it worked out real well, and people are going to say I told you so. All the armchair people that sit at home wondering why the lineup is the way it is. But look, in this day and age with performance of getting it done, you can have just about any lineup you want if you got hitters, multiple hitters hot. When you don't, you're searching and scratching your head to try to find ways to create runs that just have not been coming. And
La Stella shoots one toward Brown in left. He'll drift back a step or two and makes the play for out number 1.
And the way this game started, I don't think is a prototypical indication of the lineup, because they did it all with 2 outs. You know, I mean, the first, it wasn't like anything was created other than just some luck with 2 outs and some hits with 2 outs.
Well, and I don't have any problem with the way Freddie makes out the lineup. The question, though, is Jason Hayward was doing a good job hitting first. Now he's hitting 5th. And I think a question the Braves have still about Jason Hayward, as Pena swings and misses. What is he as an offensive player? Is he a top-of-the-order leadoff guy, high on-base percentage, stolen base guy who has power and the ability to drive in runs? Or is Jason Hayward better suited on this ball club, hitting in the middle of the lineup as a run producer? Don't know that the Braves really know the answer to that question yet. Pena up the middle, a 1-out hit.
Well, I think if he were on, the way I look at it is, if he were on 29 or 30 other ball clubs, I highly doubt he'd be a leadoff hitter. Okay. So given the fact that the Braves don't have a prototypical leadoff guy, maybe he has been their best option up until this point. So when I'm facing a lineup, would I love to see Jason Hayward batting first? Absolutely. Because no disrespect, is he can only beat me at that point with 1 run, like a home run. I consider this guy more of a power hitter, and I think potentially an RBI guy if given the opportunity, just because of his physique. Now that might be unfair to just tag him with that.
Freeman rips one down the right field line, foul.
But it's the old argument that's going on in this game today with even like a Joey Votto. I don't think Joey Votto does himself enough service with the way that he approaches the game at times, where he really is an on-base machine. But in that ballpark, what would you rather have Joey Votto do?
Hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Absolutely. And he has that capability. And so there's a little bit of confusion in some guys, we'll call it identity, of how they go about accruing their success or their statistics. And I would say this about the lineup. There's only a couple spots in the lineup where it is really that different. Like batting 8th and batting 3rd would be about as big a difference as you can get, because the 8th hole in the National League is very difficult. And you need special mindset to be able to play or bat in that lineup because of the pitcher behind you. I mean, you're just going to be pitched differently. But it still comes down to execution and guys getting on base, making things happen, and then no one talks about a lineup.
0-2 for Freeman. And a ground ball out towards second. Utley will flip to Hernandez, and the turn in time. That's a double play, and the Braves are out of luck in the home second. Fascinating conversation about the Braves lineup and the big changes. We'll continue that thought when we come back in this 7-4 Phillies game.
And AT&T, mobilizing your world.
7-4 Phillies after 2. They've already accumulated 9 hits against Braves starter Aaron Harang. Fans, you can vote up to 25 times for your favorite Braves players and send them to the 2014 All-Star Game, and you'll receive a special offer for $10 off club reserve tickets when the Braves face the Marlins July 21st through the 24th. Visit Braves.com/vote today for details. Hot day in Atlanta, 90 degrees at first pitch. As Roberto Hernandez leads off again for the Phillies. John said a moment ago, never had a chance to hit in the first inning. Bet you never had a chance to hit first in back-to-back innings.
This could be one of those crazy games where you hope the numbers work out and the high scoring goes to the Braves, but stick around, you'll see things that you never saw before.
Harang got the first 2 outs in the second easily, a ground out and a strikeout, and then the Phillies bats went to work. 6 consecutive hits. Already today the Phillies are 5 for 9 with runners in scoring position in today's game. As a comebacker will take care of the pitcher, doesn't even bother to run.
Hot day, 3-run lead.
Well, the game's changed, hasn't it?
It has. Oh well. Never mind.
So from one Hernandez to another, here's Cesar. He struck out back in the second. He's also singled and scored. And outside, 1 ball, no strikes. We'll keep an eye on the scoreboard for you. The Cubs and Marlins are in action down in Miami. That one's tied 1 apiece in the bottom of the second inning. Our pals FP Santangelo and Bob Carpenter are scouting out the Braves as they get ready to play Houston tonight. That's a 7 o'clock start. The Nationals took over first place in the division by beating Houston last night. The Astros, though, put a scare into the Nationals. It's a 1-run game. And we'll face Jordan Zimmerman tomorrow night. Gavin Floyd gets the ball for Atlanta. The pitch popped up to center. And that's going to carry out to Schaefer in left center now. He grabs it for out number 2.
Well, here's where the game has gotten interesting. 2 outs. Go figure. I think 2 outs, nobody on. It's a comfortable inning for Hernandez in the first, and then all of a sudden 4 runs later, and then 2 outs in the second for Harang. Would you say 6 straight hits?
With 2 outs. And who would have thought, John, on a hot day in Atlanta, a man whose name in Spanish means snow has gotten things started for the Phillies. Will Nieves, he swings the first pitch, and Schaefer will track that one down. He's got plenty of room. Hey, Aaron needed that. 1, 2, 3, and out goes Philadelphia in the third. Evan Gattis, stay tuned. He leads off our Delta Airlines on deck trio, down 3 runs.
Welcome back to Turner Field. It's a 7-4 lead for the Phillies. Evan Gattis has been nearly unstoppable as of late, and that continues here today. In fact, that's a focus of our SunTrust shining moment. After the Phillies got off to a 2-0 lead in the first inning, Gattis had a chance once again to be a difference maker. This was a game-tying 2-run home run to extend the longest current hit streak in the major leagues. Guys, it's not just that Evan Gattis comes up with big hits, but it's when he does it. Of his career home runs, you could argue that almost all of them have been impactful. Look at this, 37 career home runs. He has a walk-off, 5 game-tying long balls, and 17 to put his team ahead.
That's all-star worthy, wouldn't you say?
Yes, it is.
That ball got in on his hands, and Gattis is going to roll out to third. 1 pitch, 1 out. So Hernandez settling in. He got the Braves easily in the second with a double play ball from Freddie Freeman. Now Gattis rolls out to third, and Jason Hayward is the hitter. Now, continuing our discussion about Hayward and where he's hit and where he's had the most success. Hayward has had the most games started as a number 2 hitter in the big leagues. 25 career homers, 78 career RBIs, and a .255 average in 203 games. Jason has led off 99 times with a .274 mark. 14 homers, 43 knocked in. Ironically, in the 3, 4, or 5 spots, Jason's played in 135 games, a .236 hitter with 16 homers and 64 knocked in. Depending on what metric you want to use, Hayward's best work has come in those scenarios as a leadoff guy. However, Dave Baker looked it up for us. Hayward's played the outfield and batted 6th in 67 games and hit .313 with 18 homers. 3-0 count to him, and he's going to take a strike. Thought it might have been ball 4. So my point is, you can make the numbers make any case you want. This is Jason's 601st game in the big leagues. He's hit just about everywhere you can, 1st through 6th in the lineup. Very similar production in all of those spots on the lineup card. Braves, I think, are still trying to figure out where he's best suited as opposed to where he's needed to hit.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
That is fair. I think the biggest thing for Jason Hayward is try to get a couple stretches of where he can stay away from the injuries. You know, if he can keep him healthy, he can have a better gauge for all of that. I think some untimely injuries have certainly set his season, and he was on fire on a couple of them, and ready to go, and of course the broken jaw and everything that went into that bad injury, but he's been able to come back from that, which has been impressive. You know, I think that players of his magnitude, when they've been tagged a 5 tool, 4 tool, whatever somebody puts on them, you know, staying healthy is a big part of that. Playing 160 or 155 games and being able to let those numbers then speak for itself.
So, Tom, it is an interesting quandary or blessing, depending on how you want to look at it, for Freddie Gonzalez, isn't it?
Yeah, and it depends on if you look at it the macro or micro level. When he hit leadoff last year, remember, it was after that last injury, and he was just on fire. He would have produced no matter where he was. But that's what Freddie Gonzalez mentioned when meeting with the media today in terms of moving Hayward down in the lineup. His versatility is key. Some of those numbers you talked about, Chip, Freddie said, I have the ultimate respect for Jason Hayward. He can hit anywhere in the lineup and be productive. That's not something you can say about everybody in any lineup.
Yeah, I think that's a real good point. This is in no way a demotion for Jason Hayward, right, Tom? I mean, he's just trying to find out what Tommy La Stella can do and capitalize on the fact he's getting on base a lot too, right?
Absolutely, and the key to putting La Stella at the top of the lineup with Freddie Freeman hitting third is you got to break up the left-handers somehow, some way.
And today that's Ramiro Pena who can switch hit. As this ball again grounded to third, Brignac hung with it and gave Utley a great feed, and he avoided the hard slide by Jason Hayward at second, and the Braves are doubled up for the second inning in a row. Wow, what a great dance around the second base bag by Utley to avoid Hayward, and Hernandez out of trouble again in the third inning. He leads by a 7-4 score. Atlanta with Braves legend John Smoltz and Tom Hart and the rest of our great Fox Sports crew. Chip Carey with you at the ballpark. We're all season long. Braves baseball is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price every day. Before the Phillies come up for the fourth, we'll remind you that MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 12 great years. Join the millions of subscribers. You can watch every out-of-market game streamed live online or on the go in true HD. MLB.TV Premium includes a free At-Bat 14 subscription, allowing you to watch live baseball on over 400 mobile and connected devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Go to Braves.com for details.
Can I just tell you, I got a little tiny problem with the HD component of telecast now. It's great. I mean, I love it. I mean, it's revolutionized the way we watch the game. But as you know, Braves replay, you can watch it at night. You can go home and relax and watch the broadcast again. Found myself doing that last night.
Okay. So
I'm very disappointed with the inability.
Well, I mean, you're not disappointed with the coverage, are you?
No, coverage is great
and all that stuff.
That's awesome. But when they take some booth shots and they take a shot of my head area, I mean, I've got hair up there and it shows none. Look, it shows none, and there's some up there. Trust me.
Turn that way.
None. And I couldn't believe that. Maybe the day shows a little bit more of what's up there.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't?
Just for the record, no.
Well, I have to think about changing guards when I go into sports clips. And
Utley with a line drive to right. Now,
Great Clips is another place that I go in as well.
Right.
A sponsor of ours.
Right. I was going to say, you received a note apparently from one of the uniformed personnel today asking, wait, but you're a big network TV star and you don't have a Propecia endorsement. Is what
I did receive that note, and that's the go-to spot for everybody. I'm fine with it. I got low maintenance right now, and I'm happy with it.
It's a good look.
You do not have low maintenance.
Oh yeah, I do.
Do you?
No. Luckily for me, I don't have the same hair problem you've got. If I ever start losing it, I can just comb these eyebrows straight over the top. We're good to go.
We need one of those double plays that have been coming on the other side.
There's a guy that you'd think would provide it, but Ryan Howard doesn't hit the ball on the ground very often. And today he hasn't again. He's doubled. He's walked. He's scored and knocked in a run. Put yourselves in the shoes of Ruben Amaro Jr., the general manager of the Phillies. Got a so-called vote of confidence from ownership in the newspapers in Philly today. They believe that he is the right man to, if not turn around this Phillies ball club, but keep them relevant, keep them competitive, and get them back at or near the top of the National League East, not only this year but in years to come. We had I thought, interesting conversation about your thoughts on the trading deadline and how you'd like to see it moved earlier in this season to force teams into action or inaction as far as their playoff hopes are concerned. Analyze the Phillies. They're 7 under 500. They're 5 games out of first place in the East. Are they in it? Are they out of it with 90 some odd games to play?
Well, they're in it in theory. I mean, certainly.
Howard the other way. That's going to find some green grass and bounce in front of Domet. Big turnaround second for Utley, but he'll slam on the brakes. And Ryan Howard's 2 for 2.
We were talking earlier the day before the telecast, and I go around and I watch this replay of just somewhat of an excuse me hit, but nonetheless another hit for the Phillies. And you go around and you talk to the other teams' broadcasters who see their teams every single day, and they all seem to have the same theory of, we're struggling here, we're struggling there, and the Phillies have been struggling most of the year until recently. They've run into some runs and they've been pitching better. So I would say the assessment of your club, that's the challenge. Are we in a position to add a piece, or are we in a position to start thinking in the future? And that's a tough decision with the way baseball has bunched everything up, especially when we get to the All-Star break. I would tend to think that everything that you just asked about the Phillies is going to be known by the All-Star break. I really believe that. I think they're either going to continue to play their way in it, or they're going to be finding themselves 8 and 9 games out, and then it's look towards kind of the future.
So another month, another 3.5 weeks or so for the Phillies. Marlon Byrd, the batter. Ground ball towards short. Pena bobbles it, flips to Stella, off the bag, and everybody's going to be safe. Harang got the ground ball he wanted. Pena gloved it, dropped it, then flipped with the glove, and it pulled Stella off the bag, so no forced play of Howard. That'll be an error on Ramiro Pena.
Yeah, this ball just runs up the heel of his glove, and he's trying to do whatever he can to flip it and still get the force out, but that flip is off the bag. That little in between topspin hop right there.
Well, that's got to frustrate your pitcher. Thought he had a double play ball, instead gets nothing. He's got another bases loaded jam. Conversely, Braves infield and outfield have been on the field seemingly forever in this game. 81 pitches for Aaron Harang so far. And now Dominic Brown ahead in the count. That's outside, ball 2.
Now, the rhythm hasn't quite been there for Aaron Harang, and I talk about the rhythm of a pitcher, and he relies more on that rhythm. A big guy that just kind of goes downhill and goes home and has to have the late life on his fastball in the strike zone, and he has not found that groove really at any stretch so far in this early part of the game. With the exception of the 3rd inning, he got 3 quick outs and limited pitches.
A 3-0 count, and Brown skies one to center. Schaefer sets up. He's got a good arm. There's the catch. Utley's coming home, and he's not coming home. He slammed on the brake. Schaefer set up nicely. That cuts off a run, keeps the double play in order. There's out number 1 in the Phillies' 4th.
Yeah, Utley was reading the first flight of this ball to see if it had enough, and of course he read it correctly. It did take a funny skip off the back of the mound, but at that point Gaddis had already known he had stopped.
I'm really surprised they let him swing 3-0, to be honest with you.
Let's mark that down as a potential interesting point if the game does not go Phillies' way the rest of the way.
They're up 7-4 from Mayberry, and John takes a strike. He's knocked in 3 runs today. A bases loaded walk in the first and a 2-run single in the second.
That right there is trusting your hitter. You're going for the jugular. You're going for the knockout. And it didn't happen. So now your teammates need to pick you up because you just saw an opportunity to break the game open and at least get a run. Go away.
Another strike. Lang trying to pick up Pena. So a 3-0 count for Brown turned into a fly out to shallow center. Now he's got Mayberry behind, 0-2. Strike 3 inside corner at the knees, and Mayberry in disbelief looks back at Brian Knight.
Trying to go in with a front door kind of cutter, and you see the ball cut. Mayberry thought it was low. Probably has an argument. Just gonna go back and look at that and probably feel convicted in what he thought was the pitch and the height of it.
This is the second time in the game Reed Brignac has batted with the bases loaded. He struck out in the first. In this series with the Phillies, we've got Brignac stranding 9 runners. But he's also driven in a couple. He's got 3 aboard, but now there are 2 outs. 7-4 Phillies in front. And now ball 2.
Well, this is where, based on the numbers that Harang has been able to defy batters counts that have the advantage, meaning the batter's ahead or behind in the count for a pitcher. He's 244 average, which is pretty good when you think about the hitter's luxury of being ahead with balls and no strikes. But it's been kind of that hit or miss kind of game for Harang. He's either been way off the plate or too much on the plate, and it's showed up so far in this game. But he's got a chance to really get out of a major jam here that could have ended the game.
Now he's got to throw a strike. They let Dominic Brown swing 3-0 with the bases loaded, nobody out. He flied out. Mayberry struck out. Now Ryan Sandberg's third baseman faces a 3-ball 1-strike pitch with 2 outs. And Harang paints. Utley, Howard, and Bird will be running. Another big momentum swing for Harang with this 3-2 pitch. That's fouled back to the screen.
It's interesting on these turnaround days. You would think that being at home would have an advantage, but because it's such a quick turnaround and nobody lives really close to the stadium, it can be a little bit more of a grind where the visiting team just goes to their hotel and comes right back and then gets ready to leave. So I always found it being a little more challenging at home and fighting traffic and getting home and back to the park.
Ball 4. Brignac walks home. Chase Utley, his first RBI on the day. And the Phillies now lead by 4. It's an 8-4 score. And Hernandez will bat again.
Again, just missing in his quadrants. He's trying to go. The pitch before the foul pitch. He's trying to go in and paint it away. And it's one of those days for Aaron Harang where he has not been as located conscious that he normally is.
Now the pitcher's up. This one's bounced towards short. Pena's got it, and the toss across is in time. Atlanta gave the Phillies an extra out, and the Phillies cashed in an extra run as a result. 8-4 your score.
Atlanta Braves baseball is presented by Georgia Power, The Home Depot, and Zaxby's Indescribably Good.
And it's It's now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag SouthFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by AT&T.
What a weird game. Phillies scored 2 in the first inning, sent 8 to the plate. The Braves answered with 4 in the first. Philly came right back with 5 runs in the second inning, 6 consecutive 2-out hits. The Braves have been taken out of innings in the second and third with double plays. Atlanta was trying to turn a double play in the 4th inning. Harang got a ground ball he wanted from from Marlon Byrd. But Pena kicked that ball at shortstop, and that led to a bases loaded walk for the Phillies' 8th run of the game. So here in the home 4th, Ryan Domit will lead off for the Braves. Jordan Schaefer, Aaron Harang coming up. There's no action in the bullpen. We've mentioned it a couple of times. Bullpen has been worked awfully hard of late. No balls and a strike for Domit. He's got a 2-run single. And fouled back to the screen. A ball and 2 strikes.
Give you an indication of how Roberto Hernandez's year has gone. See the pitches there. He's only had the lead in 14 innings on the year. Go figure. So he's probably enjoying this part.
High fly ball hammered deep right. Bird going back. He's at the 390 side, and that bat is gone. Second homer for Domit. He's knocked in 3 runs today, and the Braves pull a run closer. It's now an 8-5 score.
The ball's jumping today. I'll tell you what. Some routine fly balls have been getting to the track. Good wood on this one. First row home run.
That's all you need. And now it's an 8-5 score. As Domit leads off the Atlanta 4th with a long one. Here's Jordan Schaefer. He was walked intentionally in the Braves' first.
So important he could find a way to get on base. So Harang could bunt.
One strike. He tried to bunt. And that's foul off Nieves. 1-2 your count. It's 2-2. Hernandez winning despite allowing 4 walks in this game. Remember, he walked 6 Braves back in April up in Philly and took a no decision that day. In the air toward left center field. That one's a long run. And that one's up against the fence. The ball drops between the 2 Phillies outfielders, and Schaefer's aboard with a double. His 4th 2-base hit. And you're right, John. That 3-0 swing by Dominic Brown with the bases loaded and nobody out may indeed be a turning point today.
Little shifts in the game already emotionally have been quite apparent. And this is a big double right here, because now you got a chance to get him over to third with less than 2 outs and crawl even closer to an 8-6 baseball game. So the Phillies are going to go over their defensive calls and what they're trying to do to, of course, prevent him from going to third. But if you're Aaron Harang, all you really have to do is bunt it firmly towards the third baseman. There's nothing they can do but get the out at first. Well, of course, unless they have the wheel play on, but they won't do that.
Harang bunts one foul. Doug DeCenzo's been a busy man in the third base coaching box. He loved to chase or send Schaefer home here in the Braves' fourth. That one misses high and tight. 1 ball, 1 strike. Eight runs, 11 hits for the Phillies. 5 runs, 6 hits for the Braves. Philly has left 7 men on base too. A strike.
Now it's a little more difficult for Schaefer to make the read on this bunt, because if it's back to the pitcher, of course, or hard charging first baseman, now you just got to get it in play. You can't be so precise in trying to make sure you pull it down the line.
He got it down. It's back to the mound, and no chance to get Schaefer. Harang with 2 strikes lays down a perfect sacrifice.
Good read by Schaefer, knowing that it wouldn't hit that hard, so he could get over to third base. At this point, you just got to get it down and soft enough to where it serves its purpose. It was his 5th sacrifice. I'm sure Freddie was talking over what he was trying to do and how he was trying to get that bunt to third base. Possibly talking that over.
Good cut by La Stella. His first leadoff assignment today. He's 0 for 2 on the afternoon.
You want to get a hit. Everyone wants to get a hit when they're in a situation, but more importantly, you got to make sure, only in the 4th inning, you've got to do your job to get that runner in at all costs, even if it results in an out.
I would imagine the Braves would tell Tommy La Stella, don't change anything the way you're swinging the bat. The old saying, a leadoff hitter usually only bats leadoff 1 time in the game. After that, you just have to play baseball.
Well, now you got to play pesky leadoff hitter. You got to find a way, as he paints the corner on this fastball down and away. Perfect pitch. Whether it was a strike or not, it was called. It was close enough, so now you have to protect that plate at all costs and make contact.
He didn't. La Stella chased a bad ball and is struck out. Big second out for Hernandez. And 2 are out in the 4th inning. Tommy now 0 for 3 and 0 for his last 11.
Yeah, that hurt there. They were trying to go in and he missed badly up and away. So the result was better for the pitcher.
Runner at third, 2 outs now. Let's see if Pena can pick up La Stella. Big swing and a miss. Strike 1. Cardinals and Mets are underway in St. Louis. Tough times for the Mets. They've lost 11 of 14. Bartolo Colon has won 4 of his last 5 outings. Goes to the post for New York. Lance Lynn pitches for St. Louis. One ball, 1 strike.
He fooled a couple of times in this at bat. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, that's what happens when Roberto Hernandez can get a low fastball for a called strike or a swing, because now that changeup's become more effective, and you see those two combination where he placed that. It's tough for the hitter to lay off of what he thinks is a fastball, and he's fooled by the change of speeds of that changeup. Go right back to it.
And Pena couldn't connect. So the Braves got a runner to third with 1 out, but could not bring home Jordan Schaefer. They settle for Doman's solo home run. And after 4, our slugfest in Atlanta continues. It's 8-5 Phillies. Already in Atlanta, 8-5 Phillies, as the Braves and Phils wrap up our 3-game series at home today. Saturday, it's a full night of MLB action, starting with Baseball Night in America on Fox. The Nationals host the Braves. Then the Rangers take on the Angels over on Fox Sports 1. Our MLB doubleheader starts Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox and continues at 10 Eastern on Fox Sports 1. Well, despite all the runs, all the hits, all the big innings, John, believe it or not, Aaron Harang is still in this game.
He is, and 3 batters would be all he would need in this inning. Just get a quick inning, get back in there, and put more pressure back on Hernandez. This has been a crazy game.
Harang has 1 perfect inning. That was the 3rd. And he's got a tough frame ahead. The top of the order for the Phillies: Hernandez, Nieves, and then Chase Utley.
I know you would never say this before the game started, but at the way this game has gone, if he could somehow get 6 innings in, that would be a huge plus.
Oh yeah, no doubt. We talk all the time about pitch counts and how pitch counts are used with a broad brush, and maybe that shouldn't be the case. There's a big difference between, as you've told us many times, throwing 99 pitches where you give up 2 hits the entire game, as opposed to 99 pitches over 4+ innings where you have runners all over the place. And the latter is the case for Harang today. He's been under stress from the first pitch of the ball game, and he's under some more here as Hernandez is thinking 2 and will get it as the ball bobbled by Doman in left, and Cesar Hernandez stands at second with a leadoff 2-base hit.
Yeah, I think we make a little too much of pitch counts, but when you're throwing 30+ in an inning, that has an effect on your day and how it's going to go. Certainly pitching out of the stretch and having to make a lot of tough pitches all the time is going to have an effect, but there's nothing wrong with 125 to 130 pitches from time to time. It's like almost now we just so stay away from anybody throwing over 115 pitches like they're going to break their next start. There's ways to capture a starter and take care of him after a couple games where he's gone deep into the game or thrown a lot of pitches.
Yeah, the Braves have done that this year. They've done a good job of that historically speaking too. Tehran had a game where he threw 125, 126 pitches, I think, and then in his next start they held him at around 90 pitches or so.
Yeah, and I don't get that part. Like, we've just talked about it too much and we go, oh my gosh, 125 pitches, like it's never been done before. Guys need to understand that's part of the game, and in a game like today, and it ain't going to last much longer for Harang, but every pitch he throws and can get outs is going to be huge because of the issue we talked about with the pen.
2-0 the count to Will Nieves, who's 2 for 3 today. His 4th at bat in the 5th inning. And a ground ball to short. Pena scoops up this one cleanly and tosses to first in time for out number 1. We keep talking about the importance of Harang pitching as deeply into the game as he can. Well, as John explained earlier, here's why.
Yeah, you see since June 7th, so that's a small capsule and a lot of innings pitched. 5th most. You see the hits allowed, runs allowed, tied for the most. You know, Scherzer just got his first complete game the other day. It was the longest stretch in major leagues without a complete game to start a career. 179, I believe, was the number. You know, now they won't be talking about that. Bud Norris is now the current. But the reality of that, and it's only going to get, I think, worse. I don't think you're going to see a lot of guys pitch complete games. And the point I was trying to make is, like, you know, Greg and Tom and I were all allowed to pitch complete games early. Like, I think my 18th start was a complete game. And if the documented pitches on that, I still find that hard to believe, but 152 pitches. So you're not going to see many games like that anymore. You're going to see many in 130.
No balls and a strike to Utley. It's popped out of play.
So you have to do more. You have to do more with less. You really do. And that's not happening. Guys are extending the account via the at bats. They want to take more pitches. We've got more takes than ever before. And pitchers are afraid to get in the strike zone and mix and match. So you're nitpicking a little bit more. There's your length of game. There's your 8 pitches per game. So you have that combination kind of working against you when you're building a team and a staff of a bullpen. You need a flexible guy down there that could eat up innings.
0-2 pitch to Utley is bounced to the right side. Freeman gives ground. Harang races to the bag and beats Utley there. Runner to third for the second out of the inning. Well, it seems like baseball wants it both ways. On one hand, we bemoan the fact that starters don't take the ball deep into games. They don't pitch with high pitch counts anymore. The era of the complete game is seemingly over. Yet baseball, on the other hand, either protects or overprotects, depending on your perspective, starting pitching throughout the minor leagues. How is a kid who comes to the big leagues supposed to know how to pitch when he's tired or doesn't have his best stuff in the 7th or the 8th inning when he's never allowed to do it as a professional getting to the big leagues in the first place?
The answer is no chance.
Right?
It really is. And I think that's the one thing that, you know, I realize that times have changed. But the one thing that shouldn't change is you should never be physically tired. You have the ability, unless you have injuries to your lower body, you know, that you can't run as much as you should be in shape to pitch however long the manager lets you pitch. Now, mentally tired, that's a different story. And certainly, you know, guys are going to get mentally tired from time to time. But the physical aspect shouldn't be that taxing, if you will. And you train accordingly. And you have to take a day off from training sometimes, or you listen to your body as the year prolongs, because it is a long year.
Smart visit to the mound there by Roger McDowell to give Aaron Harang a breather. And Tom has more on the Braves bullpen situation. Tom?
Yeah, for those looking for help from Johnny Venters, we're still a ways away. He's been shut down. He received a platelet-rich plasma injection recently. Another 4 to 6 weeks. Had another visit with Dr. James Andrews. He says the elbow feels stable and the MRI looked good. They're going to take some time to try and help that ligament mature after his second Tommy John surgery.
Thank you, Tom. It was hoped at the start of the season that Johnny Venters would be a guy who would be joining the Braves bullpen around this time in the season, if not by the 1st of July. That's obviously not going to happen as Howard swings and misses. You remember your first complete game?
I don't.
Irony of ironies, it was against the Phillies, May 3rd, 1989. You beat them 6-3, 9 innings, 6 hits, 9 strikeouts. But I have the most shocking part of the equation. He threw 150 pitches.
I did, so that was close to right.
He went 2 for 3 and hit a 2-run homer.
Oh,
it's a Little League day.
Man. I'm going to work on my memory.
That went with the same place the hair did. 3 balls and a strike.
Sure did. That wasn't hit the homer. Is that off Don Carmen? I do remember the most impressive part of what I felt like after hitting the home run. I singled, which was
Ryan Howard just singled with 2 outs. That'll bring home Cesar Hernandez, and the Phillies extend their lead to 4 again. It's 9-5. 3 hits, 2 RBIs, and a run for Ryan Howard today. He continues to punish the Braves in this ballpark.
Yeah, they continue to see a lot of 2-out magic, really, by both teams. This is the most I can remember, and this is the ever changing shift. I'm telling you, I really believe that everybody can do that if they want. I'm convinced there might be just a couple guys who don't hit the ball on the ground.
Well, especially with a guy at third base, why wouldn't you?
It's just, right? It's ego. It really is. I mean, guys pay these, organization pay these guys to hit the ball out of the park. I understand that, but there's times in the game where you're giving them a free pass to just hit a single. I thought Matt Adams with the Phillies quieted all those shifts. They don't shift them anymore, by the way. Not like they used to. He laid a couple bunts down, then he went the other way. And that takes care of the shift. Big Poppy, even McCann now in New York. I mean, he's hitting into that shift a lot.
Which surprises me. Brian was always a guy that he would lay down a bunt to beat the shift. As Bird pops one toward right, that'll carry out to deep right field. Hayward's there, and he makes the play to retire the side. Ryan Howard has beaten the shift, and he's helping beat the Braves in Game 3. It's 9-5 into the bottom of the 5th. Deficit for the Braves as we head to the home half of our 5th inning. It's time for our Subway box score. We're only halfway through this one, and already you see a full game's worth of offense for both the Phillies and the homestanding Braves today. Johnson, Domit, and Schaefer at the bottom of the order have done damage. Evan Gattis extended his hitting streak to 17 games with a game-tying 2-run homer in the first. Domit's 2-run single gave the Braves a 4-2 lead. But the
Phillies have outscored Atlanta 7-1 since the opening inning. Here in the fifth, Freeman, Gaddis, and Jason Hayward are coming up. Freddie's walked and hit into a double play. And he jumps at the first pitch and pops it into center. Mayberry's going to catch that. And John's got it for out number one. Here's Gaddis. What's remarkable about what Gaddis has done this year is the limited playing time. Braves are very careful with Gaddis. Again, he's got such limited work behind the plate as a professional player, and even more so as a major league player. Gaddis has only played in 54 games, 189 at bats, yet he leads the club in homers with 16.
So that short stroke, and you see the pitcher throw his hands up in the air as soon as he threw it, or as soon as he heard the sound of the bat.
I mean, think about that for a moment as he rips one down the left field line foul. It's very rare that a catcher catches 150 games in the big leagues, or anywhere for that matter. But Gaddis has about 60 fewer at bats than the regular players on the club, and he's got more homers than anybody else.
Yeah, he has really made a lot of adjustments for me. I thought this was a guy that not only could have power and beat you with a swing, but I thought he would strike out more. And he has been outstanding with not only his bat control and of course the hitting streak now, and because there's not a lot of wasted movement in his swing, I guess you misread the violent swing sometimes. And that was what was encouraged to him, is, hey, you don't have to swing as hard because you are strong. It can be short and to the ball. And he's done that really well.
No balls, 2 strikes. Would Gaddis be a guy you would like to face or not? I mean, what special challenges does he provide a pitcher like you who had power, with a man who does have power at the plate too?
Well, what's interesting is unless he chases away, then it would have been difficult for me, because I like to pitch away and throw slider, curveball, anything moving in towards him and up. He just has an incredible way to stay on top of that ball and stay inside that ball, for the most part, keep it fair. Like those pitches right there. I mean, yeah, they're throwing him in a place where all he can do is hit him foul. But unless he could beat me the other way with home runs and power, that's what I'd have to see as the adjustment. No one's been able to do that. I look at some, Steven Strasburg, I can remember, brings back that high fastball at 98, and he deposited it in left field way out in Washington. He just has that ability to get on top of it. Now, there is a hole. Everyone has a hole, and the higher the high is a bigger hole for him. When he's thinking fastball and he swings over, he doesn't catch up to it, which most hitters don't. But he reminds me, I don't know if it's a fair comparison, but to a stronger Martin Prado. Martin Prado was a great high ball hitter, and he could get to balls in and
fought that one off too. No rain in the forecast, but fans try to find shade any way they can get it. 90-degree humid day. There's that higher than high pitch, but no chance Gaddis would swing at that. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, there's so small room for error up in there. Of course, the letters, he can do damage, or belt high to just below the Braves on the jersey, but anything right around that area, you got a chance to get him out if he decides to swing.
In the air to center again. Mayberry's going to track that one down. 2 outs. Good battle, but Hernandez won it, and the bases are empty for Jason Hayward. 2 walks for Jason. He scored 1 of Atlanta's 5 runs today. And with Hayward up there and the bases clear, time for our AT&T Uverse trivia question. Chase Utley's on your screen. He and Jimmy Rollins
are two of only 3 Phillies to record a 200-hit season over the last 30 years. Who's the other player with a 200-hit or better season for Philadelphia? It's kind of surprising. They had some great players there.
Say that again.
In the last 30 years, there have been 3 players for the Phillies that have a 200-hit season. Rollins and Utley. There's one more. Who else?
Only 3. That is. I don't want to question it, but I guess I am subconsciously. 3. So there's one other that we're looking for.
Von Hayes had a big year or two for the Phillies, if memory serves. I don't know if Von Hayes falls within the parameters of the question. No balls, 2 strikes.
What about the third baseman that ended up finishing his career with St. Louis?
Scott Rowland.
What do you think? Do you ever think he had a 200? 30 years is what's buckling me.
Yeah.
You know, that leaves too much room.
No balls, 2 strikes for Jason Hayward. The pitch is high and tight. Let's see if that sets up the outside corner for Hernandez. Roberto has struck out 3 men. He's been effectively wild. 4 walks, but 2 double plays have bailed him out. He's allowed 2 homers. 1 to Gaddis, 1 to Doman. But Philly has given him 9 runs. He did try the corner and missed badly. 2-2.
I wonder if that trivia question answers in the park.
Possible. Chris Johnson waits on deck. And Hayward rips one to right. Nice at bat. He hammers a 3-2 pitch off the right field fence. Bird will fire it back into the infield. And Jason Hayward's at second base with a 2-out double, his first hit of the day.
There hasn't been a 1-2-3 inning yet for Hernandez, so this stays consistent. Ball over the plate. Jason rifles it in the right field corner. Easy double.
So new set of signs with Hayward at second base and 2 outs. And Chris Johnson, the batter. He's doubled, scored, and hit into a double play. Chris now with a 4-game hitting streak. And there's still a lot of baseball left to be played in this game. Another run here for Atlanta would be nice. It's a 9-5 game. And we're obviously not playing at Coors Field, but this game has that kind of offensive feel. The advantage for the Braves is they bat last. Ryan Sandberg trying to squeeze 5 innings or more out of Roberto Hernandez. All kinds of 2-out trouble in the first inning. Some more here in the 5th. Johnson bounces to Brignac, who almost came in too close. But he leaps to make the grab and the throw to first in time, and that retires the side. No runs, a hit, a man left. We're through 5 in Atlanta. Phillies up 4 runs.
Inning. And a new pitcher out on the hill for Atlanta. We'll tell you about him in just a moment. The Braves 3-day annual sale starts today and ends this Friday. Buy tickets for any remaining Braves home game before Friday and save up to 50% when you buy at Braves.com/steal. We hope you'll take advantage of this great ticket offer today. Good number of fans out on a sunny afternoon. Business fans special. And the Phillies are trying for a road sweep today. They lead by 4 runs. It's a 9-5 game. And take a look at Pedro Beato. He's out there for back-to-back outings for the Braves. Just called up from Gwinnett after David Carpenter went to the DL with a sore biceps.
Yeah, the call to duty is coming as fast as the opportunities. 2 consecutive days, and they're hoping that at least an inning he will be able to provide.
115 pitches for Aaron Harang in his 5 innings today. 9 runs on 13 hits. And Dominic Brown leads off for the Phillies. Won't know till after the game whether he had the green light or he just swung on his own. In the 4th inning with the bases loaded, nobody out, he popped out on a 3-0 pitch. Jordan Schaefer caught it in center, made a perfect throw to the plate. And the Phillies settled for just 1 run in what could have been a very big inning against Harang. And now Beato trying to get the leadoff man. That ball hit the bag and trickles past Freddie Freeman. Are you kidding me? Hayward hustles over quickly and holds him to a single. Every bounce going Phillies' way.
Nothing to do about this. Ball hit down the line, and see the deflection of the bag and chalk that on as just not going your way, as you said.
So Beato with a bad break now goes to the stretch with John Mayberry up there. He's walked, he's singled, he's knocked in 3, and he's taken a called 3rd strike. Phillies bullpen is busy too. As Mayberry digs in and takes a strike. Giles is up in the Phillies pen. Now the 0-2 pitch from Beato. A swing and a miss, and Mayberry's down on 3 pitches. 1 out.
Much better break this time to the slider. Starts over the middle of the plate and goes down.
So Brignac's the batter. Bases loaded walk for Reed earned him his 10th run batted in this year. Swing and a miss. Cubs and Marlins still tied 1-1. That game's in the 6th inning. That's Jake Arrieta and Nate Eovaldi pitching down in Miami. Special day for Nate Eovaldi, his first big league start since becoming a father. He was on paternity leave last week for Miami. The Marlins tied with the Braves, a half game behind Washington at the moment in the East. The 0-1 pitch is upstairs. It's an even count.
Runner at first goes. The pitch is cut on and missed. The throw to second. Short hops again. And in safely is Dominic Brown with a stolen base. And Brignac really helped his base runner by taking a hack at that ball in the dirt.
Tell you what, and Beato came real close to wearing this throw. You got to get down as a pitcher and certainly swing to protect the catcher from jumping out. Throw down. Well, maybe not as close as it looked, but nonetheless he had to get down, and a good jump.
A roller foul out of play. Brignac is still alive.
Yeah, with 14 hits through 5 innings, we're here in the 6th. You wouldn't think you got a chance to really still stay in this game, and as many things have gone the Phillies' way, that's where we sit, 9-5, and doesn't look like the Phillies are going to wait much longer with Hernandez, so it seems. They may just say thank you for the 5 innings and turn it over to the pen,
which has been very, very good of late for the Phillies ball club. Hernandez on deck, only because the rules stipulate that there has to be an on deck batter in National League play. We'll see if he continues. The resolution of Brignac's at bat may determine his fate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Little pop, shallow right center field. Can anybody get there? Yes, Schaefer can. Good closing speed. There's out number 2. And Ryne Sandberg is going to let his pitcher hit here. Hear the music they're playing?
I do not.
His walk-up music. Domo arigato, Mr. Roberto. From Matthew Kaminsky. 2 outs, runner at second. 4th at bat in 6 innings for the Phillies pitcher.
Well, they couldn't sing that song to him a couple of years ago, right? He had a different name. Changed his name.
Did he?
Yeah. Carmona, right?
Fausto Carmona. Yeah. Little roller left side, and Pena is able to make the play, and he makes it to first. And that is the end of the Phillies' 6th inning. Beato got him and kept him at 9. Braves bats go to work in the 6th.
presented by authority of the Atlanta Braves and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves.
We head to the home sixth. The Braves fans trying to cool off, and Atlanta hoping to cool off this Phillies offense. They have come to town and done some damage. 9 runs today, 5 yesterday, and 6 in the series opener. Phillies playing good ball. They've won 6 of their last 8. And Roberto Hernandez is back out there for the Phillies for the bottom of this 6th inning. Be happy to join our friends at Delta Airlines after our ball game. They'll be jetting us off to Washington, D.C. Delta, as always, a proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. Mac Coney's out on the tarmac at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. John grilling the hamburgers as we speak. Mac always hard at work for our friends at Delta.
He does a lot. I've heard you guys talk about all the things he does and provides for you guys.
It's amazing. That man has more Costco points than any flight rep in Major League Baseball. So Hernandez back out there. Strategy for Ryne Sandberg, I'm guessing here, bottom part of the order, squeeze another inning out of him with the lead, and then go to the bullpen if need be, as his pitch count much more reasonable than that of Aaron Harang. He's up to 89.
This is the guessing game for a manager, and what part of the lineup and part of the game that you're trying to get a guy who hasn't been super sharp, and at the same time not let the other team get back in it.
What was it like facing Ryne Sandberg?
Oh my gosh, it was interesting and challenging. Obviously a Hall of Fame type career, and just the fact that he could hit with average and power.
That's off the glove of Brignac, who thought he should have had it. Doman, a big turnaround first, is going to stop there. He's got a 3-hit game today. The Braves aren't done, down 9-5 middle innings. Folks forget Ryne Sandberg was originally a Philly. Cubs acquired him from Philadelphia. He went on to a Hall of Fame career with the Cubs. He also served a long apprenticeship in the minor leagues as a manager. There was some talk in Chicago a couple of years ago that he would be an ideal candidate to manage the Cubs. That obviously didn't come about. Then he went to the Phillies, managed in their minor leagues, a couple of years with Lehigh Valley, their AAA team, and last year was brought up to replace Charlie Manuel. Always thought of Sandberg as a guy who just played the game the right way. Knew how to play, played it right. Played on some good Cub teams, some not so good Cub teams. Was always such a great ambassador for Major League Baseball.
Yeah, he certainly was. And, you know, those Cubs had a much more feared lineup back then, of course, and he was a huge part of it. I mean, it just seemed like the park, everything suited him. Smooth at second.
Leon Durham and Jody Davis. Schaefer tries to bunt, pops it up to the catcher, and the throw to first is going to double up Doman. That's 3 double plays for the Atlanta offense today. Schaefer popped out, and a 2-3 double play clears the bases for Dan Uggla.
Well, the problem with this is Doman's going to have to get a jump just to get to second base because of his lack of speed, and of course was put in a situation where that ball was easily received by the catcher and then thrown out.
So Uggla gets an at bat at home, and he breaks his bat, and that one is foul. A foul ball off the glove of Brignac, and all Dan's left with is the bat handle. Look at how far the barrel ended up in shallow left.
Yeah, this ball ends up changing directions almost twice the way it was knuckling off the bat because he breaks it. It looks like it's going to hook, and then at the last minute kind of tries to come back. You can see him turning and twisting as that ball. Tough read there on how that ball was going to end up, and nonetheless foul ball.
Second at bat for Dan in this Phillies series. He's 0 for 1. Overall, he's 0 for 13, and he got hit by a pitch. Now that's how you take a hit by pitch. Last couple games, you recall, Evan Gattis got hit by a pitch by Nick Massett in Colorado. Didn't bark, didn't complain, just made his way down to first base. Same here for Uggla. That's like hitting the Titanic. Now this is not how you.
Oh, this is horrible by my teammates. That could have been over for me, and they were laughing immediately. Can you believe it?
That was an 86-mile-an-hour pitch, man.
Right in the kidney.
Was there a sniper on the roof of the stadium?
It took about 20 seconds before I could start breathing again.
Look how skinny you were in that shot, too, man.
I know. That was after hitting 2 doubles, I think. I got a hit in that game, a double, and it didn't set well with the pitcher.
No. I mean, you homered against the Phillies in your first complete game. Did they try to knock you down, too?
No, but if I had biceps and shoulders like Uggla, I'd take it like that, too.
I got to see that again, man. Check this out. Look at this.
It's in a very awkward spot. I mean, you just...
even the pitcher's going, why'd I hit him?
I tell you what, that hurts, man, when you get it in the back, the lower part of your back. You need it.
I know Major League Baseball is the longest continuing drama in television history, but man, that was a Susan Lucci moment.
Hey, I'm telling you.
Hand him a daytime Emmy. Come on.
I was disappointed in my teammates. They didn't wait a second to see. I mean, I could hear the laughter as I was falling. It's okay. I told those guys, what comes around goes around, and I don't know if it ever did, but
I mean, between that and the stop, drop, and roll, that is classic.
Oh, those video archives. Well, let me get to that vault.
Yeah, our friends in the truck went out of their way to find that clip against the Rockies. As Uggla's at first with 2 outs for Tommy La Stella. 3 balls and a strike. And he takes low. So Hernandez continues to walk people. He's hit a batter. And what trouble he's been in today, John, it seems to come after 2 outs are in the inning. And now he's running the risk of a gigantic mess.
Yeah, no doubt. He hasn't had a clean inning yet. He's had a couple double plays bail him out to where it only faced 3 hitters in the inning, but no 1, 2, 3 innings to speak of. It's been a grind. It's been something that, fortunately for him, hasn't come with nobody out yet. It's been 2 outs.
Big innings in the first, big inning in the fourth. 18 pitches in the fifth, not too bad. But he's really been helped out by 3 double plays today. And now he's got 2 on, 2 out after a pep talk. And Ramiro Pena in the batter's box. Ramiro's 1 for 3. 5th time Pena started for the Braves at shortstop.
Well, stick with the theme if you're the Braves. Continue your 2-out magic. And at least for one more at bat against Hernandez. Try to put him on the dot on the board.
Well, a long one here would be terrific. A 4-run lead for the Phillies, and Pena swings the first pitch after hit batsman and a walk, and he's going to sky out to left, and that will retire Atlanta in the 6th inning. No runs, a hit, 2 left. We go to the 7th inning. Here's John's personal highlight reel, right in the 2. And the infamous stop, drop, and roll play. Oh, you kids at home, don't do that.
7th inning. Braves hoping their future's so bright they too have to wear shades. But the Phillies are trying to sweep us on to Washington. David Hale's on in relief. 22nd game for David. He's been a busy man out there as well. Hale pitched in the 13-inning game for the Braves and took the loss. Gave up 5 runs in relief. Only 2 of them were earned. That's a tough job, man. Used to starting, go to the bullpen, and on this homestand, Hale has 2 relief appearances where he's allowed 5 runs.
Yeah,
he's pitched a lot better than that.
He has, and it's hard to make up for one bad outing out of the bullpen because you got to have about 9 good ones to erase it. But it's the maturation of a young pitcher.
And another hit for the Phillies, Cesar Hernandez. So he's got a 3-hit game. Five out of the 7 innings today, the Phillies have put the leadoff man on. Last night in a 9-inning game, they did it 8 times in 9 innings. So 13 out of 16 innings the Phillies have put their first batter on in the last 2 games. That's not good. Here's Nieves.
No, it's one of the things that as a pitcher you really got to bear down and make sure. I used to always approach coming out of the pen or starting the first inning or starting every inning as that first batter is the most important batter I'm going to face, because if I can get him out, not to say that they aren't going to score runs.
Runner goes, swinging a drive to center. Schaefer on his horse, still going back, and onto the warning track. Makes the play.
But the point is, even if you give up a hit after 1 out, you're always 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning. And the leadoff hitter getting on creates the feeling that a big inning could take place, and you're constantly trying to prevent the big inning. So the Phillies in these last 2 games have put a lot of pressure on the Braves pitchers, and it has worked so far, and to the tune of 2 wins and a possible 3rd.
Turner Field has not been a friendly place for the Phillies to play the last couple of years. They entered this series losers of 11 of 16 games in Atlanta. But Sandberg's ball club trying to earn its 16th road win of the season. If they get it, they'll be only a game under 500 away from their home park. What they've got to figure out is how to play better at Citizens Bank.
Yeah, that to me, it's those numbers don't make sense. They have to turn offensively for them when they go to their home park, and certainly as it heats up in the summer, maybe that'll be their time.
Utley, a ground ball to second. Let's see if the Braves can turn it. Pena, his throw late. Slow developing play. And the Braves settle for the force out of Hernandez at second. Utley at first for Ryan Howard. Let's get back to our AT&T Uverse trivia question. This one's amazing.
Yeah, I don't have a clue. The guys that I thought were close in getting 200 hits but never got 200 hits, I'm going all the way back to Lenny Dykstra, Von Hayes.
Right.
You know,
it's the 30-year thing that I think has thrown us off. And there have been only 3 Phillies with a 200-hit season in the last 30 years. Veterans Stadium and Citizens Bank Park, 2 great hitting places. So who are you going with?
I mean, I literally, Darren Dalton didn't do it. No, I got no clue. I don't have an answer that are going to be correct.
I'll go Von Hayes.
He came up short.
Doug Glanville. That's right. 204 hits in 1999. Doug has joined the ranks of the broadcast media. Does a fine job. A former Cub, you know.
Yes.
This is Ryan Sandberg. Ryan Howard, a native of St. Louis, is headed home after this game. That's where the Phillies go next, and he takes a ball low.
Speaking of the Cubs, they're beating the Marlins. That helps. 5-1 Chicago in the top of the 7th inning at Marlins Park. Howard beat the shift his last time up with a single right where Ramiro Pena is playing. Braves left that part of the field wide open for him, and he ripped a single that way. That brought home the 9th and final Phillies run.
We're just going to have to drop a little joke rally in the bottom of the 7th and see if we can't get it going.
Maybe that's it. No jokes whatsoever in the first 2 games of this series as Howard swings and misses. The ball pops away from Gaddis. And Utley into scoring position with 2 outs. And with that wild pitch, the Phillies have had a runner in scoring position in every inning but the 3rd inning today.
That changes the shift now, so you got to play it closer to the vest with the third baseman obviously now closer to third. Still the second baseman way over to right.
And Hale missed outside. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes, and Gaddis might have been crossed up.
Seeing Gaddis go out to the mound real quick reminds me of a gentleman that's on the Phillies staff, John Miserock. He was a catcher for the Braves when I got traded over. I was on the AAA team and I was struggling one game, and of course I was coming from AA having a tough year, and he came out to the mound and he totally threw me for a loop and gave a story that was so adversely away from the game of baseball that I I started laughing.
As Howard swings and misses.
And then he told me, now just go pitch.
Did it work?
It worked.
I'm all for that in a wild game. 7th inning stretch. It's 9-5 Phillies in front. He squeezed 6 innings out of his right-hander despite 5 walks, a hit batsman, and 2 homers. And oh, by the way, 5 runs allowed. The Phillies offense bailed him out. They lead 9-5, and now Sandberg will go to his Philadelphia bullpen. I asked you earlier what it was like to face Ryne Sandberg in his days with the Cubs. Yeah. Well, in keeping with our John Smoltz themes of the day, let's take a trip down memory lane.
I think I remember this vividly. It has something to do with home runs, I'm sure. And there's one of them. The second one's not going to be what you think. Well, this might have been the... Okay, I'm backing up second.
Okay.
Now I'm backing up third. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm backing up home. And that resulted in an inside the park home run. I think 2 on the day. Yep, 2 on the day. And the reason I know that so vividly is I had agreed to do a card signing after that game in Chicago. And every fan that got my autograph reminded me of the 2 home runs that I gave up that day.
No, not the fans in Chicago.
Every one of them. They were polite about it. But
with Lonnie Smith in left, You followed Sandberg from first to second to third in the play. You had an inside the park home run.
I did too. I kept running. I'm like, grab it, pick it up, throw it, and then you could see it wasn't going to make it.
But you had pretty good luck against the Cubs, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I with the exception of facing Maddox a couple times, and he beat me over there. But I enjoyed pitching in Wrigley, and certainly you always check the flag when you were coming in there to see if the wind was blowing out. But had some great times and memories there. I love the environment. And of course, as a pitcher, you feel like you're on top of the hitter because it's so close. The dugouts are so tucked in.
So your numbers against the Cubs are Volkswagen pitching performance today. And Philadelphia calls on Antonio Bastardo to pitch the Atlanta seventh. Freeman, Gaddis, and Hayward, two lefties, among the first three in the inning for Atlanta. Freddie's 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored.
All right, well, we'll just get it out of the way. But what did the Duck say when he went to purchase some chapstick?
Wait a minute. Folks, turn up the volume. It's the seventh inning. We've got the net. Might need a hook. It's John Smoltz joke time. Okay.
Yeah. What did the Duck say when he was purchasing chapstick? Put it on my bill. There you have it. Hopefully that's producing some runs here. I know you understand it. I don't have to explain it, right? Okay.
1-2 pitch. I may be the only guy in this broadcast booth that won't run from a bill, John. 2 balls, 2 strikes. By your standards, that one was pretty awful.
Yeah, it stays with the theme.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Now, was that your own material?
Well, I don't know if anything's your own material these days. It's all in the delivery. I don't know if you know that or not. I tried to work on that with Foxworthy, and he got that down, probably middle part of his career.
Yeah, right.
He wanted to be a baseball player, and I did a little sideline kind of joke writing situation. And I always tell him, I'd go out before and speak and tell a joke and see if it flew with the public.
Popped up. That one's going to fly out to the shortstop. He joins Hernandez, and Cesar's got it. 1 out.
And then I would just come back and say, no, don't use that one. Or yes, this is going to kill.
I can't believe that Foxworthy would follow your joke advice. He probably ignored it. That's why he's a superstar, right?
Yeah, he did. And he bought me like 3 joke books to try and help me out. But he wanted to be an athlete. And Denny Nagel wanted to be a comedian.
Or a train whistle, right?
Yeah.
There's Evan Gaddis. He's one of the bright spots for Braves today. No joking for Gaddis. He's got a hit now in 17 straight games. That's the longest active hit streak in baseball. Gaddis hit a 2-run homer in the first inning. Remember, Roberto Hernandez buzzed him high and tight in that sequence. And Evan answered the way a slugger loves to with a game-tying homer. He was thinking about damage there.
Well, Puig has, for a lot of people, been must-see TV. But this guy for the Braves has been must-see TV as well. He just has been electric this year.
He's another throwback kind of player, too. No batting gloves, almost never see sleeves. I mean, he just gets up there, rubs some dirt on his hands. Almost no pine tar, it looks like, on the bat. He just grips it, rips it. No balls, 2 strikes. I don't know what Evan Gaddis's major league career is going to end up being. There have been so many great baseball movies made, Pride of the Yankees and all that. The Jim Morris story with Tampa Bay, all the years he struggled to get to the majors and finally did. The comedies, Bull Durham and the like, Field of Dreams. Why somebody hasn't thought about writing a screenplay based on this guy's life?
They will.
I mean, what an opportunity there is for Evan Gattis. I mean, all the things that he battled as a young man.
I agree. I think it's one of the. There's a lot of good stories in sports, and he's a great story if you know his past and know what went into where he's gotten.
He just took a called third strike over the inside corner. Perfect pitch for Bastardo. A pop out and a strikeout starts his 7th inning, and 2 are out. Braves down 9-5. And the other great thing about Evan is that for a guy who's gotten to the big leagues after all of those struggles, he's still such a humble, affable, approachable guy. I mean, he's really, truly one of the guys. Terrifically humble and grounded guy. As Jason Hayward skies one out of play, foul for a strike. The story of the day for the Braves, the big lineup change. It got him 4 first-inning runs, but since then 3 double plays. Hernandez and Bastardo have shut down Freddie Gonzalez's offense. The Braves have 9 runs and 15 hits. The Braves have 5 runs and 8 hits so far.
Well, when the Phillies are winning games, their bullpen usage of guys is pretty good with the arms they have. It's certainly, score always indicates what guy you use and when.
That was tipped and caught by Hayward. Pitch down in the strike zone, and Bastardo continues his excellent work against the Braves offense. We are through 7, and the Phillies lead by 4. Braves need a rally. They're down 4 runs in the 8th inning. A beautiful sun-splashed crowd as Atlanta wraps up our homestand with Philadelphia today. We hit the road, longest road trip so far of the season, and it's a biggie, John. The Braves were hoping for some momentum as they hit the road for 4 with the Nationals, and they run into one of Washington's best, Jordan Zimmerman, in Game 1.
Yeah, their whole staff has been on a nice roll, and certainly you can play on the numbers the Braves have had over the Nationals last couple of years. They've had their number, and maybe that'll continue. But this is we knew this going into the season, that it was going to come down to these 2 teams. And so what better way to, before the All-Star break, continue to flex your muscles against the team that arguably you're going to compete for the division all year.
Braves got off to a great start again against the Nationals ball club. Braves have won 5 of the first 6 head-to-head this year with the Nationals. And in fairness to Washington, let's be honest, they have not had their team together much this season. In fact, I think they've had their starting lineup on paper together 2 games.
Yeah, I think that's right. But also the Braves coming out of camp lose 2 starters, and everyone was worried about the early games that they would play against the Nationals, and it didn't really come into play. They did a nice job, the guys that were here that filled in, and so certain numbers, you can explain, some you can't, but with the Nationals over the last 2 years, it's been single-handedly the Braves that have kept them at a distance.
Yeah, the Braves beat Tyler Clippard and Steven Strasburg in the first 2 games in Washington, and then Alex Wood took a tough 2-1 loss in the wrap-up against the Nationals. Remember, that was the time of year when the Braves weren't scoring at all.
Right.
And their starting pitching was so dominant that they were in virtually every game. And the Nationals came to Atlanta, and the Braves swept them. Beat them 7-6 in 10, 6-3, and 10-2. Marlon Byrd jumps all over that pitch and hammers that baby a mile. Wow. A long home run for Marlon Byrd, and David Hale knew that was trouble the moment it left his hand. A 3-hit, 3 RBI day for Marlon Byrd, his 11th homer, and the Phillies have scored double digits in Atlanta. It's 10-5.
Well, again, a pitcher doesn't have to turn around sometimes when he knows a ball has been crushed, and a hitter doesn't have to watch it too long when he knows a ball's been crushed.
Now Dominic Brown into center, and that's going to bounce in front of Jordan Schaefer, and David Hale's got a hangdog look as he heads back to the back of the mound to get the baseball. That's 3 hits for Hale in an inning plus of relief.
He's in a tough spot right now with the unfamiliar rate at which he's pitching, and it comes and goes out of the pen. You can go stretches without pitching, you can get in bunches. But as a starter, he complements himself by working through the lineup. You almost think that it really does complement him more to be a starter than it does out of the pen. But in the meantime, you certainly would rather stay up here, pitch out of the pen, than go get your innings in AAA. So to no fault of his own, he was pitching well enough to stay in the rotation. Now he's biding his time, trying to figure out day to day coming out of the pen, and trying not to overthrow his sinker, trying not to do too much out of the pen that adrenaline makes you do from time to time.
Ground ball right side by Mayberry. LaStella fires to second. That's all Atlanta will get. As Mayberry rolls out, he'll trade places with Brown. And there's out number 1.
That's why I don't think people understand, it's not for everybody, and the transition is not easy because the style of pitcher you are can make you more conducive for one or the other. If you're a flamethrower and you rely on velocity and maybe a 2-pitch pitcher, you're going to find yourself having more success probably out of the pen than you would working through the lineup 3 times because you need a 3rd pitch. If you're a sinker baller that has an accomplished 2nd or 3rd, not great but good enough, it keeps the hitter from really gearing in on just your fastball, and that in between is where David kind of is right now. He has not pitched poorly per se, but he's in that, oh man, I'm coming out of the pen, I've just given up 5. As a starter, you give up 5, you got 5 days to kind of rethink it and get back out there. The one good thing about the reliever is you can either compound it or make up for it the very next time you go back out, but you have to forget about it. You have to leave it in that game, in that own category.
10 runs on 17 hits for the Phillies. They've left 10 on base. And that's out of play by Reed Brignac. Braves still have the, you should call it, enviable position of too many starters and too few spots. You've got Harang, you've got Floyd, you've got Santana, you have Minor, and you have Julio Teheran. As Brignac swings and misses, he's the second out. You've got David Hale, who has pitched very effectively as a Braves starter. Pitching out of the bullpen. And you have Alex Wood. Alex Wood was sent down to Gwinnett, not because he was pitching poorly, but because the Braves, I think, realized that his major league future resides in starting rotation assignments as opposed to bullpen, where at times he did struggle, much like David Hale is, because he's better at starting than relieving.
Yeah, and I think it's a good example of just because you can pitch doesn't mean you can pitch anywhere per se. There's different dynamics that go into. That's why I disagree with the philosophy that anybody can close, or guys successful in the 7th inning. Why wouldn't he be successful in the 9th? There's so much that goes into that that's hard to explain via a broadcast.
Rivera bouncer to short. Pena's got it. He'll throw on the run to first, and that will retire the Phillies in the 8th inning. Marlon Byrd hits a long home run to start the inning. The Phillies leadoff men continue to shine in this series. Braves trying to sweep Atlanta in our 3-game series here at Turner Field. Atlanta will send Chris Johnson, Ryan Doman, and Jordan Schaefer to the plate. And speaking of Chris, he's our Georgia lottery hitting the jackpot.
Last 4 games, see that average heating up, and he's going to be facing a guy, speaking of heating up, that can bring it. Fastball. Ken Giles, right-hander, firm finish on his delivery, 97+ miles an hour, may hit 100. But his slider is a good wipeout type disappearing slider. So the future Phillies and this guy is pretty good.
Imagine he's their closer of the future. That was really what he was groomed to be in the Phillies minor leagues. In fact, this year at Lehigh Valley, the Iron Pigs, Ken Giles was 2-0 with 12 saves with a 1.88 ERA between Reading and Lehigh Valley. So he's pitched at 3 levels this year. Big dude, 6'2", 205 out of Albuquerque. A 7th round pick in 2011. Phillies got to look at him this spring. He was a non-roster invite to big league camp. Obviously has impressed. And his first is at 98, and it skips up there for ball 1. Back in the old black and white TV 4-channel days when you came up, I would imagine this is the biggest change in baseball. All the guys throwing upper and mid 90s coming on in relief.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I know we showed me getting hit in the back with an 86. That was that's the new 95. You know, so 86 back then felt like 95. I'm trying to justify myself.
Shouldn't all.
No, but you're right. I mean, shoot, these guys and the velocity, and certainly we talked about numerous times about the injuries, but the arms that have existed in the day of baseball today, pretty good.
1-2 your count.
You know, in the old days, for younger fans, the guys that pitched in the bullpen were the guys that weren't good enough to start every fourth day back in the day, or more recently every fifth day. That's not the case, as we talked about, with all the protection of starting pitchers nowadays. A real premium in the game has gone to finding guys like Giles or Bastardo who can pitch multiple games a week and rescue your starter and be a bridge to inning number 9 in the closer.
Absolutely. And then your better relievers would pitch multiple innings to get saves.
And
you know,
Goose Gossage, right.
Willie Hernandez with the Tigers.
I mean, we can sit and complain about it all we want. We're not going to change it. No. That's the way the game is now. And in some ways, it is a better game.
It'll change when you can't keep the roster going at the rate that they got it going right now. I mean, unless they can get a plethora of arms that can just keep backing the truck up.
Johnson swings and misses. That was a nasty pitch at 85 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's the wipeout slider that I was talking about, and seeing this guy pitch on film, it's a pretty nasty combination to have, fastball and slider combination.
Good day today for Ryan Doumit. He's 3 for 3 with 3 RBIs, and that earns our Zaxby's indescribably good play honors. Starts him off speed and missed outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Doumit, then Schaefer in the Atlanta 8th. An avalanche of runs in the first inning and a half today. 11 runs combined between the Braves and Phillies. Saw each starter, Hernandez and Harang, throw over 30 pitches in the first inning. Phillies got 5 in the second, single runs in the 4th, 5th, and 8th. Braves have scored just once after their 4-run outburst in the opening inning.
Well, the Phillies have definitely made some upgrades to their pen, and it's got chances to continue to improve and be a very effective pen.
And they had to do that, I think. Roy Halladay was such a great competitor for the Phillies until his shoulder just couldn't be fixed anymore. So they've had to cover up his 200 innings, and now Cliff Lee's out, and they've got to cover up 100 innings or so until he comes back with a tender elbow. Right now they are doing it. There's the wipeout slider again. Doumit didn't get it. He's retired for the first time, and the last 4 Braves hitters have been struck out by Bastardo and Giles today. 2 out.
Well, yeah, when you think about that staff when Halladay was on there, they didn't need much pen, right? I mean, they were all pitching innings and going deep, and that was a blueprint for success. And certainly you could take chances with young guys that would sit down there, really kind of only just set up guy and a closer. But now there is a lot of innings they're trying to pick up, and it's made it more difficult. They've added A.J. Burnett.
But he's not 100%. He's got that sports hernia that he's been pitching with all year. He was awfully good against the Braves up in Philadelphia. Pitched one of his best games of the year against the Braves up there. And he said the reason he was good is he didn't throw with max effort, to the point earlier.
Yeah.
He pitched. Atlanta was hoping to step on the necks of the Phillies, if you will, in this series. Instead, it's the Phillies that have tripped up the Braves. They're chasing down a sweep late in Game 3. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
This goes according to form, the way he's been pitching with 2 strikes. He's going to throw that slider and try to either backdoor it or bounce it over the middle of the plate. Instead, he went with a 98 on the outside part of the plate. It's nice to have options when you throw that firm. Two and 2 for Jordan Schaefer.
double highlights his offensive day. And that skips up there at 88. He overcooked that slider that time. Always wanted to ask you, when you're throwing the ball 95, 96, and you could do that, is it effortless, or is there a lot of power that has to go into that pitch? In other words, do your mechanics take over, or are you really trying to muscle that ball up there?
No, your mechanics take over, especially as a starter. I never felt like I ever threw the ball really max effort. It wouldn't have served me well. There was a certain range that I like to stay, and each pitcher learns what that is. For guys out of the pen, unfortunately, you can basically get away with max effort and repeat that 60 times on a year. But
right.
I think there was a tendency there when I went to the pen to not do that, because that can get you a little off kilter. Now everyone contributes my Tommy John surgery is the reason why I threw 98 out of the pen. That's just false. I threw 98 because it was there before. Right. When a compromised ligament, you start losing miles per hour, and I pitched with it long enough.
When you came up, were radar guns in the ballparks?
They started to be. Yeah. Now when I came up, no, but middle part of my career, that became, you know, the norm and the breakthrough in technology. But I never found myself ever looking to see.
B.J. Upton deep short. Hernandez can't get it. That skips off his glove. And Upton with an 8th inning at bat is aboard, and so is Schaefer. 2 on, 2 out. And we go back to the top of the order. Late on the scoring on that play.
The hitter was always going to tell you whether or not it was a good fastball or not. And this is a tough error, if that's what they're calling it.
Fielder's choice, E6.
Yeah. Can't be well, I guess you can still technically say fielder's choice because you can throw to second, but took a really bad hot.
So Stella bats. Again, the Braves are down 5. 3-run pop here would make it a 10-8 game. He had a good cut and found it straight back. My point is, today's pitchers, starting pitchers, seem max effort with every pitch. Is that because, like hitters, they look and see their batting average every time and want to know how hard they're throwing?
I think partly due to that they don't trust that they could pitch in the zone without it. And I think there's a big part of that, velocity and strikeout. And obviously the strikeout today means absolutely nothing for a hitter, so there's more of them. And pitchers like to get strikeouts, I guess. Some of the younger pitchers who rely on their stuff. But getting outs and setting up hitters and all those things that you learn in the minor leagues are not readily available for these young guys who are coming out, who are, Jose, you know, whether it's Fernandez, whether it's Strasburg, whether it's Harvey. We're intrigued, we're enamored with, 99, 98, especially Chapman in Cincinnati coming out of the pen.
So quickly, this is not a loaded question. The state of the art of pitching in the game, as good as it's ever been, where it should be, or as bad as it's ever been in your estimation?
I don't think it's as good as that people are claiming. I think their dynamic arms and the elite pitchers are as good as we've ever seen it.
And they pitch
no doubt. No doubt. But the pitching as a whole, I mean, as a 11 or 12-man staff, I would argue that there's a lot of work to be done there because of the economics of the game and the way that teams are putting together their team, their staff. So we're not going to see a lot of Burleys that go up there and trick people. We're not going to see a lot of those, or Jamie Moyer, who's down here not too far, 2 booths down with the Phillies. And we're not going to see a ton of innings eaters either. So we're adjusting on the fly, and so are these young pitchers. They're more polished and they're learning quicker.
But with every pitch that's max effort, you see what Giles is going through here. He got the first 2 guys easily, then a walk. Ground ball that wasn't handled, tough bounce notwithstanding, and he's gone 3-2 to La Stella. He's a pitch away from perhaps loading the bases in a 5-run game late.
And again, that's learning on the job, and sometimes the lessons are hard. Instead of learning in the minors, it was a fast progression for him because of a need here.
Ground ball off the side of the mound, and Hernandez got a friendly hop, and he makes the play to first. And the Braves are done in the 8th inning. No runs, no hits in error, 2 left. We head to the 9th in Atlanta. Happy birthday. 17 hits for the Phillies, 5-8-1 for the Braves. Atlanta goes deeper into its bullpen, and we'll tell you who's on to pitch in just a moment. But first, we invite you to vote up 25 times for your favorite Braves players and send them to the All-Star game. You'll get a special offer for $10 off Club Reserve tickets when the Marlins come to town in late July. Go to Braves.com, vote for today's details. Another young hard thrower is getting an apprenticeship at the major league level, and it has been a rapid ascension for Shea Simmons. John, he's a guy that's moved very quickly into an eighth-inning setup role for Craig Kimbrell because of the struggles of David Carpenter and others in the Braves bullpen.
Yeah, and again, you'll see velocity being a strength of his with a nice change of speeds type changeup. But he'll rely a lot on his fastball, and in this league, you know, certainly if you spot it, you're going to be fine, but you're going to need another pitch or two to be able to continuously throw up the numbers that he's thrown up in his brief career.
Out of play, foul to Hernandez. No balls, 2 strikes.
And it's great, by the way, that a guy trusts his fastball, because that's really what you pitch off of.
And he's got a good one. Oh, 2. That nearly picked off. Nieves in the on deck circle. That was close.
It was a late biting slider too. I haven't seen many of them. Haven't been able to watch them as much.
Another liner foul. It's still 0-2. Let's talk about your transition from a starting pitcher to a relief pitcher. Your situation in the big leagues far different from that of a Giles or a Shea Simmons. You'd won 20 games. You pitched in the World Series, and you got hurt and you went to the bullpen. There was still a learning curve, was there not for you?
There was a huge learning curve.
And so for you, a power pitcher, a guy that had accomplished so much, one of the great big game pitchers in playoff history, what was the toughest lesson or most difficult lesson or most important lesson you had to learn when you went to become a closer?
Different structure. I love structure. I love knowing when I'm going to do something. And certainly you never know when you're going to do something. You have to rely on everybody else. And the fact that as a starter, it's the life. Obviously, once every 5 days. As a closer, you're at the mercy of the adrenaline. I had to learn how to warm up. I had to learn how to do things differently. Eating habits, you name it, 0 to 10, it was a complete opposite role.
Fly ball softly hit toward left. Domit long run, and he's going to get there. A fine diving catch to Rob Hernandez of what would have been his 4th hit in this game. Domit's having himself a little league day. 3 hits and a great catch.
Big pick-me-up here. Leadoff guy seems to get on every inning for the Phillies, but this catch prevents that from happening. And I would say, Chip, that the fact that, you know, I had to learn all those things in a role where I'd already had 2,400 innings, you know, something like that. I already had 2,000 innings as a starter. And I had something a lot of guys didn't have, which was a luxury that I tried to keep as long as I could, and that was the edge coming in. Meaning they already knew what I was going to do and probably capable of doing, so I had the edge that as long as I could keep it, they knew I was going to throw strikes. They knew it was going to be quick, so they didn't want to get in deep counts. They didn't want to get to 2 strikes, and I got a lot of quick outs.
Did you have to struggle with the ego that comes along with being a power pitcher? Power pitchers like to strike guys out. Was that a difficult thing for you to reconcile in the 9th inning?
No, not at all, because I wasn't concerned with that. I wanted to pitch as much as I possibly could through the year and get as many outs as I could before they tied the game up. I didn't care really even about, we all care about ERA and stuff, but my first game of that first full season of closing, my ERA was shot. I gave up 8 runs.
Right.
Gone. See ya. And so that was out the window. But the one thing I learned is that you could pitch effectively and pick your spots to throw all fastballs. And I did that. I did that to where I felt like if I was in a series and I could face them 2 out of 3 times, I would use my points to set them up a little bit if I could, you know, and not pitch them the same way. As a starter, you're always thinking about setting up a lineup. Well, as a closer, you're just like, it might be 3, 4, and 5 one day. It might be 7, 8, 9 the next. You don't know. And I think the one thing that I learned was go strike one, get the first guy out. And the only way that I could stay locked in for me personally out of the pen was I had a small goal of pitching a 9-inning no-hitter. The only way you can do that is 9 opportunities, 9 straight 1 inning. So it kept me locked in for no matter what the score was, no matter what the situation was. Get that,
That's well hit toward right center by Will Nieves. The Phillies are putting a hurting on the Braves today. That's their 18th hit of the game. And Nieves has 3 hits. And there's a scoring change in the ball game as well. That fielder's choice E6 off the bat of B.J. Upton changed that to a hit.
And that's what I thought, was the right call the first time. You see this fastball up and away, and again the power is used by the pitcher. The hitter just be able, rounding the base, he kind of tweaks something that they're going to look at here at second base.
That's the old cramp of some sort, or the hammy maybe. Hot day, you can only imagine how much energy Nieves has expanded, catching all the pitches in the game and all the running around the bases the Phillies have done. He's not going to be able to continue, as Nieves, with a lower body injury of some sort, is going to have to come out of the game, and Carlos Ruiz will come on and pinch run for him. Wow, he is very, very gingerly making his way down the baseline toward the Phillies dugout, and that's a shame. Nieves was having himself a fine day. And Ruiz will pinch run for Philadelphia here in the 9th inning. 10 runs, 18 Phillies hits. And there's Ruiz. I find it fascinating. I mean, I could talk pitching with you all day long because your career is so unique. As a starter or reliever, then back to the starting rotation. Did obviously starting helped you relieve? Did pitching out of the bullpen and pitching in the 9th inning help you make the transition back to the starting rotation?
I'll tell you where it helped me. Again, I always had a great appreciation for those guys in that role. But what happened was, as a starter now, my second turn back, and you're aging and you're dealing with injuries, it taught me how not only to think like a closer during points of a starter. During the game in the 4th inning, you may need to get out of a jam. You think like a closer. You think differently. And so, yeah, there was components that I learned a lot along the way. And it was a crazy ride. There was no doubt. It wasn't a personal choice, but it was an opportunity to make us better and maybe win a few more rings by going down there. And then, of course, it just didn't pan out. And I never forced anybody's hand. It just was a luxury, not only playing with Bobby, but to do these kind of things, you have to change your mindset. And I was willing to do it, even if I didn't totally grasp it at the time. And you remember the first time I went down there, we had some ex-closers down there, and they helped me a lot. I mean, it wasn't as easy as just saying, okay, go throw your fastball, slider, split, and be done with it. But my first game, I had 55 warm-up pitches. That ain't going to cut it.
55?
Oh, it was crazy. I was so nervous. I didn't know. I mean, I wanted to be ready. That's what I threw when I was a starter. And good buddy Darren Holmes, who had closed, and Mike Rumlinger was there, and Steve Reed, and they were like, that's going to have to change. and ironically, in that first year, because of a thumb injury, because of only 6 innings of spring training and not being ready the first month and having to kind of fake it, that's the other thing a closer's got to do very well, is fake it. When you don't have your best stuff, they don't know that. And you can fake your way through some innings at times during the season. So I had to do that. But I think, 68 appearances that first year? I mean, it's crazy to end up with 55 saves after giving up 8 runs your first game and people questioning whether this was going to work. I had a lot of help, and you need it.
I think the entrance music is what threw you off that first day. That would certainly mess anybody up.
It's funny that people, later in the year, I never had a song. They asked me what song to have to come in, and I said, I don't know the song. I played the accordion when I was young. I don't know the words to one song. Just make it natural.
Right.
Well, I got a song once I heard Dancing Queen coming in one game. That did it. I put the bullpen in charge. I said, listen, don't embarrass my dad. Just come up with something that you think fits.
And that's a true story. I mean, people don't know that when John Smoltz, we have the Kimbrel music, the Welcome to the Jungle stuff. John Smoltz comes striding out of the bullpen, one of the most accomplished pitchers in the history of the Braves franchise, and ABBA is playing on the beat.
Dancing Queen. I had to cover my mouth. I started laughing. And I went, okay, we got to do something about this. The Braves apologized. They didn't know I was coming in.
Right. It
was a mix-up. But it really set in motion what became Thunderstruck, and, the rest was history. But that's how Thunderstruck was birthed.
Little ground ball out towards second. Listella's going to make the throw to first. Runner to third, 2 out. Now, who was in charge of picking? You just said you didn't pick your own entrance music.
I had no clue. I wasn't into all that.
Right.
But I put them in charge, and I don't know who directly came up with it, but I know this. I know Greg Maddux used to go in the clubhouse. Reports were turn the TVs up as loud as he could when Thunderstruck was being played, or somebody did, and then, of course, the lightning bolts on the screen. It became a little much, I'll be honest. And then I obviously loved it as time went on.
And I'm sure you're a big AC/DC fan. Got on your.
I wasn't, which made it a little awkward. But what people don't know is that I actually played a little. I put a Star Wars entry until I got to the infield, and then Thunderstruck went out. There was a period where I actually thought this would be cool. Dun, 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 dun,
oh yeah, okay.
And then Thunderstruck would come in. So yeah, I got carried away. I knew that's what I wanted not to do, was get carried away with a song when I was going out to the mound to try and get 3 outs.
Well, it was awfully impressive, and certainly it worked for so many years for the Braves. You had the franchise record in saves until Craig Kimbrel came along, and he set the record on the road on our last road trip. I'm sure there's an awful lot of pride in knowing that a guy as talented as Craig broke a record that you held for quite some time.
Oh yeah, and it never once for an instant thought that would be something I would remotely even keep, because I don't even like the word embarrassed, but Gene Garber had done it for so long, and he just didn't have the luxury of pitching on a lot of great teams.
Right.
So it took him longer to get that number. And when I had found out and was getting close, somebody told me I'd get a chance to do this. I'm like, what? I mean, I just was blessed to be on such a great team, and in 3 really years and a month. 3 years and a month, that just doesn't seem possible. So that's a bunch of opportunities that I was able to go out and get those kind of numbers. But yeah, I look back and I see now the guys that are groomed for this position, and I'm a big fan, huge fan of Kimbrel and what he can do and what his future really holds for.
Yeah, I was going to say he's going to set the record so high, assuming he can stay healthy, that
shouldn't be broke.
It may not be. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Simmons just missed the corner to Ryan Howard. The Phillies first baseman did not hit a homer today. That's news in and of itself. What isn't news is that he had 3 more hits, 2 more RBIs, and scored a run here in Atlanta. Howard has been a Braves killer from the day he put on a Philadelphia uniform, and that continued today.
That last pitch before there, I believe why it wasn't called for a strike. He had set up in and reached back over the plate. Even though it crossed the plate, it sometimes can cost you a strike from the view of the umpire. So good pitch, didn't get the call. Really, you got to bounce this ball towards his back foot if you can with that slider. Otherwise, you got to go in and with a fastball and ride it in and try to have the velocity override his ability to pull the hands in like that.
Perfect pitch. That kid's got a nice future too. Everything's going right for the Phillies today. They have bashed the Braves in Game 3 of the series. 10 runs on 18 hits. Even their fans are having fun at Turner Field. Atlanta. But as promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet your photo to #SouthFanPhoto for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T.
And we have a very special fan photo today. That lovely lady on the left is Carol Rogers of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Carol, along with Dave O'Brien, one of the Braves beat writers for the AJC. This is Carol's last day on the job.
Yep, she's moving locations, and other than being a Duke fan, I could not find anything wrong with.
It's Carol's last home game, I'm told, so I beg your pardon on that. Carol's getting married. She's going to be spending a lot of time in Charlotte, and she is a terrific writer, terrific baseball fan, and a wonderful lady. We're really going to miss Carol here at the ballpark, and you can read her fine work in the AJC, and we thank them for sharing her with us here at the ballpark. So, Carol, we wish you nothing but the best.
Absolutely.
So we head to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Braves are down big, down 10-5. Roberto Hernandez started for the Phillies. He's in line to win his first game since May the 4th. He allowed 4 first-inning runs, a run in the 4th inning, but went 6, allowing 5, and that's been good enough because the Phillies have scored 10 times. And Ramiro Pena leads off the Atlanta 9th. Pena, Freeman, and Gaddis. With 3 more outs, the Phillies will complete their 3rd series sweep of the year. And this will be their first sweep in Atlanta since September of 2011. They'll go to 7-2 in their last 9 games after bottoming out at 25-36 in the standings. And they'll hope for help from Houston tonight. The Astros play the Nationals at Nationals Park. That's where the Braves head for a series opener tomorrow. And Pena's down on strikes for out number 1. You're right about this guy's slider. It's
wipeout. I mean, it really is. And I think just that combination of velocity and break. Hitter has to get the bat started sooner because you don't want to get beat with the fastball and then not recognizing that tight spin. Typically a slider, you're going to see a dot when it's good and a big circle when it's not. And that's the seams that I'm talking about. A hitter is trying to track rotation and certainly movement. So when that's a tight red dot for the seams coming together, that means it's spinning perfectly and breaking hard.
1 ball, no strikes for Freddie Freeman. And he unloads to straightaway center. Mayberry is going to drift back, and he'll have room for the 2nd out. And Evan Gaddis will try to keep the game alive. Gaddis homered in the 1st. His hit streak at 17. It's the longest ever hitting streak for a Braves catcher in the history of the franchise.
Well, usually they say in baseball every team wins at least 3 in a row and loses 3 in a row or goes through streaks. And you know, we're seeing it across baseball. The Giants are having a little rough stretch, as good as they've been through the year. Tigers are going through it right now. Kansas City on the opposite side, winning 2-1, trying to keep their winning streak going. So every team goes through it. You just hope it doesn't last on the bad side too long. I mean, the Braves, you think about it, they lost 7 in a row, maintained first place. You don't see that very often.
No, but this has to be troubling. I mean, Braves jumped out to a 17-9 start, right? With 1 more out, they'll be 19-26 since May 1st. That's 7 games under 500. And the real calamity about today is for an offense that has not done much against the Phillies in this series. They got 4 first-inning runs, came back from a 2-0 lead, and just couldn't get any traction. Rang gave up 5, and that pretty much was the tale. Aaron will be the first to tell you he did not have much strike throwing ability today, and that's not like him. It hasn't been like him.
Yeah, I would agree. It's one of those games you chalk up and go, oh man, that was flukish a little bit. You get 4 in the bottom of the first and you think everything's great. 2 outs in the second. All right, here we go. And then 6 straight hits. You won't find too many times in the rest of the year that a starter for the Braves will give up 6 straight hits with 2 outs. But it happened today.
2 balls, 2 strikes for Gaddis. And he hammers one past third. Well, you pitch him up at your own peril.
Yeah. This ball didn't break. This is one of those cement mixers. That one's going to have a bigger circle. Red seams not coming together, and certainly a hitter sees that and usually takes advantage of it in a deposit over the seats, the wall.
It is fun watching Gaddis hit. You don't see young hitters like this foul 97-mile-an-hour fastballs that are chest high straight back.
Yeah,
like that.
Think about getting him out a different way.
Might be the slider. Nope, more heat. Second inning for Giles. He's had to work hard. 36 pitches so far. And now the 2-2. Again out of play.
Last 2 sliders been maybe an indication of a lot of pitches thrown and not finishing that pitch. And Ruiz is going out to try to remind him of what they're trying to do to get this guy out. They've left a couple pitches even in a 10-5 game in an area where you don't want to throw them for a pitcher. So
Ruiz pinch ran for Nieves in the top of the inning after Nieves left with a leg injury of some sort. And again, Gaddis digs in 2-2. And he scorches one to third. Brignac with a backhanded stab. Long throw to first. And the Phillies have swept the Braves. Nobody saw this one coming. 10-5. Philadelphia beats Atlanta. The Phillies are back in the Eastern